Good evening, everybody. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Time is now 4:30. Roll call: Tina. Aye. Joanne.
Aye.
Nicole.
Aye.
Danielle.
Aye.
Victor.
Aye.
Please stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance with us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As you can see, we have a packed agenda tonight, so we will do our best to get things moving along. I'd like to make a motion to approve tonight's agenda with one change or adjustment. Josh Barron, is that how you pronounce his name? Is running a little late, so we will put him after Michelle's update in hopes he's here by that time. Can I get a second on that motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Motion carries 5-0. Nicole, tell me if I'm going too quickly, please. Does everyone have the opportunity to review the consent items A, B, C, and D?
Yes.
Yep.
Do we have any questions on those items?
Yes. Yes, I do. I was reviewing the check. Can I jump to C?
Sure.
And I saw many items of CISA, and I thought it was all 5, but it was mostly 2 and 5. Anyway, so then it got me curious on how much we paid out. I went through all the invoices back to December. I also went back to what motions we made. And Jorge, thank you for the updates on that was really nice. I believe we are like 15,355 over. I have copies if you guys want of the meeting minutes. We have one in October where we were supposed to only have a max of 8,310 a month. Then in January, we were supposed to have 62,750 through June. And we are at 81,630. So
There was another one for 10,000.
An additional on top of the 81,000?
Yeah.
I didn't see that one. I forgot about the January one, but when Jorge passed out the second contract, I went back to our motion in January.
And Kathleen was here. What, do we know why the invoicing is some months more than double?
I think that's something that,
I mean, she was in the meeting, so as a professional and the person handling the bill payment, she should have been aware of that.
What do we do? I mean, what do we do?
when you were, may I ask when you were calculating them, because we also hired them to do like the sped audit, did you separate it out?
That should be the extra 10,000.
That's the extra 10,000 that was in February.
So even if that is, then we're still 5,355 over.
Oh, the 10 is included in the 81?
It might be, if it's within these payments.
Yeah, I think, one, I love your attention to detail. I think it's something that perhaps he can itemize more, but when I was looking back through it too, just with the emails, with the invoices, we had a not to exceed amount in the fall in October, but that amount, I didn't see it in the January amount, because that was after Susan had left, so at that point, CISA 5 was serving as functionally our only business manager. So that's why those invoices were more than the
Yeah, but
October
our
number.
motion was, the amount of $62,750 from January 6th to June 30th.
So we approved $81,060.
We paid that much, but we approved, well, plus the 10,000, that would be 72.
We approved 8,300. We approved 62,000, and we approved 10,000.
8,200 was the, or 8,310, it was for the first contract
Mm-hmm.
that we got in November. And and we put in there to not exceed 8,310 a month.
Mm-hmm.
But then the second contract, I believe it overrides that one, and that's when we put the second motion in, not to exceed. or
That one didn't
at least-
take effect until January.
It said right, so I'm not counting December.
December's bill was 3,500.
Right, so we were okay there, but I'm saying from January to June, we still accrued.
Well, from my recollection, the January arrangement with CISA 5 was that it'd be billed hourly. And so that was something because they were a full-time person of that. So on the contract, it says the projected amount based on the 3 and 2 day setup, I believe it was, but it does say if they exceed, if Mr. File requested additional time in there, I mean, it's going to go above because it's based on an hourly amount. So it could, I think, one, I love that you're looking at it. I think we could ask, business manager to look and just true it up and just make sure everything's copacetic.
Well, knowing that she also made some
I'm
enormous
just,
mistakes.
I guess I'm questioning, does
it's
the
even
motion
more alarming.
override exceeding that amount? I mean,
So January through June expenses was 78,000. Okay, 78,108.44. We motioned 10,000. And we motioned 62,750.
And keep in mind, our January meeting is until late January, so you have whatever was accruing, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's gonna be a drag time between.
yeah, but we
And
paid it in
because we
February.
we don't have Joanne, we don't have Jim, sorry. We do have Joanne. We don't have Jim, we don't have Kathleen, we don't have Derek here. We don't know what type of conversations those three individuals have had. Maybe we need Kathleen here a little bit more, maybe we don't need Kathleen here a little bit more. We don't know, and we don't know what conversation had other than what he brought to us at the meetings. Do you know what I mean? Like there's.
Yeah, I do, so then is our motion nothing? I
But
mean,
we've
that's what I'm
been-
confused about.
Agreed. But we've been approving these bills every month since then, as a board.
Assuming that they're watching our cap, yeah.
True.
So Nicole, I think to your point, and I know Jorge and I talked about this a little bit today, I know he's been busy getting ready for today's meeting, but I think to your point, it's worth the time to go back and try to see if we can get some more detail on these bills. I know I put in a call to Derek today about a different item, so we can take some time and see if we can come up with some answers for you. We will happily do that.
We can certainly request more information from CISA because the invoices will say virtual hours. Then there's another item that says in-person hours, but it doesn't specify to what. Was that in-person through business services? Was it the SPED? So we need further itemization to know what those were actually allocated towards. What we received initially was a service quote, and Danielle is correct. It does state in there that it's billed per hours, and if more hours are added, right? One stipulation it does mention in there is that they would provide us additional service quotes. To my knowledge, I can tell you that we only have these two service quotes.
Right. Well, and that's why I'm asking, I know it's a service quote, but we made a motion, so which one is,
I would think the motion would stay as a motion. That would be the only way it would go. Does Jim or Kathleen sign off on these bills? Like before they go to pay them?
because I guess where I'm getting at is if it happened this time and then we make another motion on something else saying not to exceed X amount of dollars, do our motions not do anything?
Right. Good question.
So I guess that's where I'm at. I get the breakdown, we can figure that out, but it's not really gonna change. I wanna know, does our motion carry or does it not?
I can't find the January minutes. I think.
You have them. I gave them to you.
Oh my gosh, I'm like looking here, thank you. I wonder if there's it's an excellent point moving forward. I wonder if there's something in a software that can flag invoices once they're marked as not to exceed. And I think there's a general practice if we get into contract services, which isn't as regular, I know we do fed or some services, but that it would be tagged, that we would have to check it back to a certain dollar amount. So that might just be something like, you're right,
Moving forward.
in an internal accounting software. Yeah. So I guess for you, if this is okay, to look up, is there something in an invoice system that tags certain vendors if they're based on not to exceed amounts? Maybe that's something in the magical software for
What,
invoicing.
what do you use?
We use Skyward.
Skyward?
So I don't
And
know if
it
Skyward
does
has
have the capability to alert us
Flag,
if we
yeah.
do, right, set it at a certain amount. And we have to look at the customization if that is per vendor, per amount set. So there's different variables in there. So we can bring those characteristics back and then
Awesome.
see what's the best way to flag that.
But in the meantime, you'll get more additional information on those invoices,
Absolutely.
because maybe owe us money back, which would be nice.
I think on another point, moving forward, and again, I don't think we have a lot of these, but whether it's CISA 5, CISA 2, some other things we do for special education, some transportation arrangements we might have for homeless students. I know I am personally running a list look over all of those contracts, because I just want to make sure from a liability standpoint and just things like this, like, do we have any recourse if something is not billed correctly or, services and payments. So I know that costs a little bit of money, but as we kind of go through this process, just making sure that, somebody gives us a contract and somebody's taking a look at it, they can say, maybe you shouldn't sign off on that. So,
Is Kathleen now completely done? Or is she was here a few weeks ago?
she was here in July. I did keep her on as we still had some things that we needed her for and preparing for the audit, but she is officially, we are done.
And then, since we're on this stuff, I just have one more question. It seems like we spent a lot of money on cleaning supplies, and I'm not suggesting we cut back on cleaning. Just like 20,000, is that for the whole year? Is Sanicure? I think it came to like $17,000.
I think you'd have to check in.
We can look in
Oh,
further
I'm
detail and
sorry.
find out, yeah.
I
Yeah,
should have
absolutely.
emailed you that. Okay. And guess who's here?
Hi.
Dun, dun, dun.
Okay.
Are we good on
I don't
that?
have any other questions.
So, do you have any other
Excuse
questions?
me.
On the A through D.
D, I guess, can we go back, I know you weren't here previous, but we, a while ago, had requested maybe just a small paragraph blurb about the hires and like
Sure.
where they come from,
Sure.
who they are, blah,
Sure,
blah, just something.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's funny that we have to approve them,
Sure, sure, sure.
I will make a motion to approve consent items A through D as presented.
Can I ask a quick question? Nicole, is that for the future, or would you like to follow up on these as well?
For the future.
Okay.
I was gonna talk about them a little bit when I talked about new staff orientation, but I will make sure you're back.
Thank you.
Yep.
I will second that motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carries 5-0. Josh, are you ready? You want to wait?
I think I'm ready.
All right. Then I'm going to turn it over to you.
Alright. I'm going to share
Nice.
my screen.
Give me 1 second to get configured here as well.
I can see it.
Okay. Looking good? Thank you very much. I'm here to talk about the 22 referendum proceeds that are wrapping up. My name is Josh Barbian with PMA, and I did meet with Michelle, Jorge, and a couple of you at the district office just to kind of go through some wrap-up things as we kind of close out the remaining referendum funds. And it was brought to my attention, I think there was a couple people that weren't here from the start, so it'd be a really good kind of refresher to kind of go all the way back to the referendum passing in 2022 and kind of go through how we kind of worked in and assisted the district with investment reporting, the actual investments of the proceeds, and then also talk about some of the legal stuff as we wrap this up with like IRS reporting and arbitrage reporting on that. Feel free to stop me too. Definitely, this can be very conversational. I can definitely fill lots of time talking, so stop me whenever you have a question, please. If I can figure out. Oh, I didn't open that. That's still okay?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, perfect. Okay, so I'm not going to cover too much of this, but again, I'm Josh with PTMA. We've been working primarily with the public sector for over 40 years. I myself, I think, have been there for about 17 years now. Certainly manage, I think on average, typical year, we usually do about 80% kind of manage, help with the investment, help with kind of the spending out of the referendum funds for Wisconsin issuances that come to referendum. And I'm going to jump right over to the next slide is the Wisconsin Investment Series Cooperative. So we are the administrator of the Wisconsin Investment Series Cooperative. That is an LGIP only for public entities. The district joined in May of 2022, so you guys are a participant of this LGIP for public entities. We've got about 330, a little more than that, public entities, so it's cities, counties, tech colleges, and school districts that are in here. We've got 330 of them, about 243 schools so far. As of June 30, we've got a little over $4 billion of assets under administration. And one of the things about the LGIP that we manage is we bring a lot of our programs to those participants. So there's quite a few kind of free service offerings that you can get through the LGIPs. Again, we've got, I think, an 8 or 9 person team in Wisconsin out of our Milwaukee office that just services the LGIP. So it's not just, an LGIP fund you can put your money in. We're the ones who kind of answer the phones. We do a lot of bond proceeds help with kind of the investment process with that. We've got an online portal that you can use to kind of facilitate payments, things like that. And there are no banking fees associated with that LGIP. So it can be kind of an efficient process. When we made direct payments to a lot of vendors for this referendum, you don't incur any like wire fees or ACH fees through that. And again, what we have here, this bond proceeds management program, that was something that WISC thought was important for public entities, right? School districts don't typically borrow, right, frequently $10, $20, $30 million for school consumption projects. So we kind of help with the investment to that, and then also make sure everything's kind of up to par on the reporting side of that as well. So I'm going to go into that in a little bit of detail. WISC is a AAA rated fund, and just that liquid rate where we've got the funds right now is currently at a 4.27%. Just a completely liquid money market account right now where we have the remaining funds. Some of the other services that we have, I talked to Jorge about this. This might be something that we're looking at in the near future. We also have a cash flow analysis tool. So we'll do up to a 3 to 5 year kind of cash flow projection that we offer public entities as well. It's a real nice tool to kind of look at your budgeted expenditures. We can update with actuals, got some really nice visuals. And really the key topic on that is we want to foresee are there going to be any shortfalls, right? If there's a projected budget deficit or budget surplus, can the district kind of act on that, right? If we're going to have excess fund balance and additional funds, we can pull out investment plans for that, trying to help maximize interest earnings on that. Or if you're projecting a shortfall at any point in time, We use this a lot, and we're knee-deep in this right now. It's kind of cash flow borrowing season for school districts. So if in the future, if there's ever kind of a short-term cash need, we use this to kind of help with looking at lines of credits and those trans or those short-term borrowings, kind of things like that as well. And that's something that's just a free value-added service through WISC. The bond proceeds management is what's going to be, I'm going to go into detail. And then we also do a lot of investment policy review things. We looked at the investment policy for the district when we went. You guys pretty much follow state statute for public investments, which the majority of school districts do. And one other tool that is used heavily in the referendum process is our competitive investment program with that. So we have a bank funding and trading desk team. So we don't have any inventory of anything. Yes, you can put funds in the LGIP, but we have a competitive investment platform where basically anytime you have excess funds or when you have bond proceeds, we'll use that trading desk. We'll send those bids out to like 1,000 banks in our network. Always make sure we contact kind of the community banks in that process as well. And then we also work with like 50 securities dealers. So if you're going out and you want to look at a treasury note or a treasury bond or something like that, there's kind of a full investment offering through WISC that you can do, which is something a little more robust, I would say, than keeping your funds in like a liquid account. Next one here. So this I'm going to jump right into. This was the referendum bond issuance. So after the referendum passed in 2022, you guys issued a $22.3 million bond anticipation note. This is hard for even very seasoned people to wrap their kind of head around kind of some of this financing stuff. So I'm going to try to keep this high level, but if you have any questions, please by all means let me know. So you issued a temporary note for $22.3 million. That came into your WISC account. You guys borrowed that at a 1.91%. So incredibly low rate, incredibly low interest cost to the district on that. When those proceeds came in, we invested those to the district's expected construction schedule for the referendum projects. And we did that two things. At the rate when we were here in 2022, I think was in the low 1% range, right? So we tried to invest those out to try to maximize an interest income without putting any pressure on any liquidity needs. So if you had, a draw schedule out, we tried to have investments mature when those, projected draws were going to be coming through for the project. So instead of kind of keeping that invested low at, in those 1% range yields, we invested them out, tried to help maximize the interest earnings on that, but still definitely have enough cash flow and support to fund any unexpected draws on that. Those bands were paid off on September 8th of 2022. And this is very typical of sort of this temporary financing. You get funds in, you can invest them, and then what you do is you issue long-term bonds on that. So that is what happened. You guys issued $21,560,000 of refunding bonds. That paid off that debt service behind that bond anticipation note. So that original $22.3 million was a very short note. You guys issued full refunding bonds for that, and that paid off that debt service. So the 22.3 never left. The only time that money ever left your referendum account was for project expenditures. But that debt service behind it was paid off with those refunding bonds that we had. While we had them, we did have an opportunity from July 7th of 22 until September 8th of 2022. We did have those invested in a very short-term investment, which generated some investment earnings on that. You'll see how those refunding bonds weren't as much as the bond anticipation notes that you paid off. So we used the proceeds from the refunding plus investment earnings on that, and then you guys used a little bit of like existing debt service funds to pay off that bond anticipation. I wanted to point that out because it's pretty important. When you did the refunding bonds, that borrowing yield was like under 4%. Still historically incredibly low rates on that. It's long-term money, right? A ton of districts issuing debt right now would love to get under a 4%, right? Borrowing on the note right now. So an incredibly low yield. But I wanted to make sure I pointed this out because when we issued the refunding bonds and paid off that ban, The IRS to the school district now looks at that 3.927%. That's an important number because anything earned over that would potentially be due back to the IRS. So even though we borrowed that first one and invested that at 1.9%, when we issue the refunding bonds, we need to do a calculation on the original ban, and then we need to start tracking going forward on that 3.92%. This is not an easy kind of concept, but I want to do that in overview in case you went, because you guys did have 2 issuances. Your only debt service you're paying on right now are those refunding bonds. So if you look and say, hey, I don't see a bond anticipation note right on our debt payments, that is why, because those were refunded on September 8th with the refunding bonds. So one of the, I think, most important things we do and helpful things we do is we make sure when you're making these debt payments on here, when we get those proceeds, we do a calculation for school districts to see if you owe what's called arbitrage. I don't like bringing up arbitrage a lot at board meetings, but if you work with me a little bit here. So when you borrow tax exempt. Essentially, the government is subsidizing your loan for you. You get a really low borrowing yield because you get that tax exempt status. That opens it up. Everybody wants tax exempt money because they don't have to pay interest on the interest income for that. So because they're helping you out and you're using this tax exempt status, they have a lot of rules on these funds with how quickly do you need to spend them and how much you can earn, kind of more importantly with that. And that all goes back to that arbitrage yield of that 3.297%. So that's going to come up a little later. I just want to kind of go over that. But that's what arbitrage is. You borrow tax exempt, and we invest that, right? We're in the taxable marketplace. So if you earn above that borrowing yield, the IRS wants you to spend those funds out very quickly, which ultimately the district has no control over. Your project is your project. You can't go any faster than they can, right, do renovations and do construction. So we're watching those spend down requirements, and we're kind of monitoring that arbitrage to see if there's any liability for the IRS. I want to kind of walk through this process just again. We kind of talked about that original investment piece up front. So this was that original draw schedule that we had from Nexus. So this is very closely resembles that bidding that we did for the investment up front. I'm gonna go right to the next page, but this was kind of that original draw schedule. You see that kind of had a couple projects lumped in here in fall of 22, spring, summer of 23, and then wrapping up in the end of 2024. That was when the majority of the project was supposed to be completed, originally on that original draw schedule. So when we did this bid on this original investment for those bond anticipation notes, we bid that through our bank network, through our broker network, and then we also contacted local banks that are kind of showing there. So Bank 59 and Chase Bank, they didn't respond to the bid. Sometimes it's typical. These investment earnings that you have with bond proceeds, it's called like municipal advisor funds, it's borrowing. So sometimes banks are a little kind of, oh, are these referendum funds? They're a little hesitant to invest them. So not super uncommon. And then we did also hear back from Chase Bank, Community State Bank, and Johnson State Bank. Responded basically thanks, but no thanks on that one. So we did competitively bid this out. The locals had a shot at the investment on this one. If you remember back to 2022 where investment rates were, banks didn't really want money. Rates were super, super low. Ultimately, and what actually worked out really well for you guys enjoyed a really low borrowing yield on these bonds. And then rates went up after you guys issued, so we kind of enjoyed that rising interest rate, after these funds came in there. So at the end of the day, what we did with this one, when rates are going up, treasury bonds and notes typically go up much faster than bank product. So we actually ended up doing a lot of treasury securities, which are in the district's investment policy, right, backed by the full faith and credit of the U.S. government. We ended up doing almost 90% in U.S. treasuries because the rates were much higher than any of the even national bank CDs that we work with that work in Wisconsin. So we ended up doing a big chunk of the portfolio in those U.S. treasuries. And then the rest, we had about 10% we kept liquid in the LGIP just to help fund near-term expenses and help fund any overages that would come up in the draw schedule. When we did this, and this was originally through kind of my initial meeting was like with Jack and Sue on this one. So when we originally met with this, we pulled rates right when you guys got right before you guys got the funds. We were estimating about 640,000 of investment earnings on that one. Through June 30, again, we got helped by rates rising a little bit here, but we got over $1 million in investment earnings on those proceeds. That again, your bond proceeds you issue for the referendum, plus the investment earnings, all can only be used for those projects. So that was nice. It was basically another $1 million you had to spend on referendum approved projects for that. And I did put the rate on here. So the rate for a lot of the LGIPs and the Fed funds rate, which the federal government sets, was at 1.21% when we originally did this. So we ended up in pretty good shape kind of throughout the process here. This I don't want to go into too much detail. There's a lot going on this report, but I wanted to just show just kind of like behind the scenes when we were working on this one. If you look off to the right there under that actual versus projected expenditures, those blue bars were the projected draws that we had for the project. The orange were kind of the actuals. So you can see we had a little blip, I think, in early 2023 where we kind of had a big expense that was over what we were anticipating. After that, though, we kind of trailed the draw schedule a little bit. So you can see on there, not terrible, right? I mean, some draw schedules are off by multiple months, some of them even years. So this was really a little, albeit a little bit delayed from original, this was a pretty good and accurate draw schedule that we had invested these funds to.
What happened in the 24, September 24? You see that the actuals were way higher.
September 24, yeah. It looks like in June, July, we were anticipating having like $2.5 million draws. Those came in much lower.
Much lower.
So I think that was like a catch-up. I think we had
Okay.
low ones June, July, and then September. Either those invoices all flowed through there or, you know, a bunch of labor they threw at the project and we kind of came in there.
Okay.
So, and that's not incredibly, I mean, I like seeing that honestly versus that big orange bar out like 9 months later. It's good for investment earnings to do that, but that's usually when we're like wanting to get updates on that draw schedule, right? When we start going really far off, we always are trying to say, hey, what's, you know, here was the original draw schedule, what's kind of the update. So this was overall, and for all the districts that we work with, a pretty good draw schedule that we had here. That above section there is what we use and are look at this at a monthly basis. If you can read that small print there, you can see that arbitrage yield in that middle column there, that 3.927%. That is what you were allowed to earn on that. And we ended up earning 3.737%. So we came up like right underneath that. So that was nice that we don't have to make a rebate payment to the IRS on that one. But also, we had a lot of issues there, right? If you're borrowing at, you know, that 3.9%, we had the temporary note at 1.9%. You know, rates were 1.2% when we started. So it's nice that you guys got all the way up. And I was watching that because we were creeping really close to that yield. So I kept saying, hey, we got to make sure we watch this because we were getting. And again, arbitrage isn't a bad thing. It means you earn over your bond yield. But it's hard to cut those checks, right?
Yeah.
We've had multiple checks for 7 figures going out to the IRS on some of these things, and it can happen. If those projects, that large September drop, that one went out 6 months, I guarantee you we would have owed a rebate payment back to the IRS on that. So those are some of the spend-downs. Overall, I think a really, really good story, you know, on this one. We didn't owe any arbitrage on the bond anticipation note. We don't project to owe any on that. And it's really with what we have left in the fund, we're not going to owe rebate on that refunding bond issue. You can see where we kind of came in right around there. I did want to point out one thing that we're looking at right now. We are, after rebate is done and the funds are kind of spent out, at 3 years, there's one more requirement that the IRS makes you watch, and that's what's called the end of the 3-year temporary period, in which we're in right now, right? We're in that temporary period right now. That further caps you by 3.927%, plus they give you an extra 1/8 of a percent to keep. So that's something we're watching right now. We have 267,000 and change left in the account, so that amount's gonna be really small. But I wanted to point out that you can keep 3.927% all as long as we have these funds outstanding. We're earning more right now. but it's all on new interest earnings. It's not like eating away at your principal or what you can really use on the project. I just want to point out that after 3 years, we cannot earn more than 3.9%. IRS just says, hey, you can keep the borrowing yield plus 1/8%, anything extra. So it's going to be very, very minimal what we owe, but there's going to likely be something due back, but it will be, like I said, super, super small amount. We don't have much outstanding right now, and we're only earning, 0.3% over that arbitrage yield right now. So a small amount, but it's just something we'll watch as we kind of wrap up.
There's bills coming in for that, is there not? The roof repair? Roof.
For the rough, yeah. And I think that was kind of where we are now, is kind of looking at, right? Trying to feel out where the roofing project expenditures are gonna come, and then looking at that remaining balance, that we have. And again, we're still getting investment earnings on this, but with 267, you know what I mean? It's not as much as if we had a couple million, left over.
We think that roof repair is going to be pretty close to what we have left.
More.
It's way
More.
more.
It is gonna be more. But, and Jorge, feel free to chime in, but we also looked at, there are some other accounts associated with the referendum that still have money in them. There was money set aside to pay local, am I correct, local
Local
vendors?
contractors, yep.
And then there are some that was just set aside for the sole purpose of if we needed to use a credit card. So we kind of took a look at those, and we think I don't know, Jorge, I don't want to speak for you, but I mean, I think
So
that's
we
kind of
do
where.
anticipate that with those other accounts,
Yeah.
it'll be very close to reconciling.
Mhm.
Okay, good.
That's how I got to know Josh.
Yeah, that was our meeting.
Josh.
Hey, how much money do we have left?
What
We
is
got a lot of
going
roof
on?
projects going on. So I appreciate that. I know that is very in-depth. I think it was just important. I knew some of you weren't, here kind of when we started, so I thought it would be nice to kind of see, how that panned out. And I think overall, this is a much more pleasant board meeting that I go to sometimes when we're looking at huge rebate payments, you know what I mean,
Yeah.
on this. So I think it was overall good. And again, you guys are going to be enjoying that borrowing yield that you guys have for your debt service for a long time. So that's overall a good start. I think the timing worked out pretty darn well for the referendum, with where rates were starting at 1.2%, us ending almost earning 4 on it. And you guys borrowed that when rates were pretty much at the floor. So that was overall a good story.
I'd also like to thank Josh, him and Haley. We asked them, and Jorge, feel free to chime in. We gave them all of the invoices that we had correct, along with what we had paid out, and they verified, just kind of a double check. We
Yeah.
were looking to see if
Thank you.
did we double pay anything? Do we still owe anything that we don't know about? So, that was a service that was free as part of their.
Yeah, and that was a heavy lift, and I thank Jorge for that too, because the district was paying some vendors locally. We were sending direct payments out through the referendum fund. So it was, there was a lot of transactions obviously that occurred kind of through this. So I think that was really important, and perfect timing, right? Because now we're looking at, hey, do we have enough funds to kind of help with these existing projects? So yeah, I thought that was terrific. It's much better doing that than 6 months after the funds are at zero. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, whoops, either we have outstanding invoices or, we double paid. So I think that was absolutely well timed. I think very,
And we appreciate you all doing that, because I know it took, maybe 2 or 3 days to really
Yeah.
go look at those invoices and,
Yeah.
itemize them and make sure that we
Yeah.
squared away on that.
Thank you for the summary,
Yes.
and thank you for helping us steward the funds in a really positive way.
absolutely. It was my pleasure. Look forward to seeing some things in the future.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay,
Thanks,
thank
Josh.
you.
Thank you.
Josh.
Thanks for coming.
Yep.
Yes. Now moving on to number 7. That is your refreshments.
Tony, is there anything special I have to do?
Want to share your presentation?
Do you still want us all in the Google Meet to see it?
Yeah, you can see it.
You guys got a good screen. I was,
Yeah,
but,
towards the end,
Yeah.
when I figured out how to make it my full screen.
and then it worked.
Yeah.
I went to go like quick console.
Thank you,
and I used
Josh.
the mouse.
Thanks so much.
And I got his time. So it didn't work either.
So colors.
I'm gonna like
Sorry.
blizzard.
Oh, nice.
So you wanna see?
No?
Thanks again, Josh.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for making it easy to understand your
Really?
complicated business.
Yeah.
It was
Thank you for
easy.
saying that.
Yeah.
Thank you. No, you did a great job.
All right, thank you.
And then I can just
Enjoy your evening.
Okay. What color is your screen now?
Okay.
Red. Are you dialed back in?
Yeah.
I did not know.
Dial back in. Or
Oh.
go back into the Google Meet.
Yeah, that's what I did. The background's red.
No, mine's pink.
I don't see you, Joy.
Okay.
Okay, yes, some look a little more pink, some look a little more clay. But just want to give you guys a quick update. There's a lot of things, a lot of great things going on in Bristol School District. Some important dates to note. We've been having summer band, and Mr. Murphy and his students are going to be having a band concert at 7:30 on the 25th. Little last minute snafu, we are going to be starting work on the big gym floor, so the location might be changed, but we are planning on having the concert. We're excited about that. We have all of our staff coming back on August 26th and 27th for staff professional learning days, and we're very excited about that. Our family welcome and open house is August 28th from 4 to 6 p.m. We're excited to meet all our families and greet our students for the upcoming school year. There is no school on Labor Day, and then the best day of the school year, or the best day of the year, is September 2nd, and we're getting close, so we're excited.
Do you need any support from the school board on any of those events?
I will let you guys know. You are welcome to attend whatever you would like to attend. If you're available, we'll gladly take you up on that. Building updates. One thing I have learned in my short amount of time here is you have very, very dedicated staff. They come in at all times during the summer. They've been working hard. There's a couple of them here tonight. Just a few pictures of them getting their classrooms ready, working on caseloads, getting the library ready. We've got people putting up bulletin boards. We are still doing summer band camp. Our custodial staff are working hard. They're like, oh my gosh, don't take our picture, we're sitting down. I'm like, it's okay, you can take a break. But they've been working very hard, painting, cleaning, getting everything ready for the school year, and we appreciate them very much. Roofing updates. So we were talking a little bit before about the roof. Carlson just left yesterday. They have been working hard. I spoke with Lou today. He said basically they are finished with the exception of a few loose ends. They need to come back and put some metal flashing on parts of the building, but he is hoping that that is finished up before the kids arrive. And Carlson has been very accommodating to work with. PA system updates and IT updates. And again, thank you to our staff that do work here in doing the PA system, and Tony can attest to this. They have to do a lot of testing, right? So there's music and beeping and noises, and sometimes that's a little bit interesting when you're maybe trying to have a meeting or trying to hold a band camp, but people have been very flexible. A big thanks to Tony for all of his work in coordinating it, and it really needed to be done. And Tony, I don't want to speak for you, but it sounds like we can be sure that wires are connected to where they're supposed to be, and if I'm calling into room 300, it's going to room 300 and not room 500. So those are all good things, especially in terms of safety. And again, Tony and his team, this is a busy time of year for them. They have been extremely busy getting new laptops set up for the purchases that you approved and getting those out to staff, getting our new staff, getting them all the technology, the fobs, things they need. One purchase that you approved that hasn't been installed and probably won't make it before school starts is the BenQ boards, but we are working on that. So again, a big shout out to Tony and his staff. They've been working very, very hard. And then new staff orientation. So we are very excited about our new staff members. They have a very good energy about them. They're excited to be here. Many of them are experienced, have experience from other districts. And we're just happy that with the exception of some lunchroom supervision, we are fully staffed. So we're very, very excited about that. And a big thanks to Liz and Carrie and Taya and everybody that's been on interview teams making that happen. Lori and Jorge.
Well done.
So talking about our new staff members, Michelle Swanson is a special education teacher. She just had a baby not that long ago, very cute, a little one, and comes to us with experience. I'm not 100%, I cannot remember off of memory what district she is coming from. Audrey is also a special education teacher, has many years of experience. We've got Sydney, who is a music teacher with experience and is coming to us from Horicon. Bridget McGonigal is a special education teacher who has also taught in some private settings, but has many years of experience. She'll be working, I believe, with our older students in special education, supporting them. Audrey will be working with our EC and younger kids. Mary Plants is a second grade teacher. And Liz, where is Mary coming from? KUSD, has years of experience. We're very excited to have Mary. I have to thank Liz. She has graded some of her KUSD friends and colleagues, so that's been nice. Rachel Torres is going to be our RTI aide, and I believe Rachel is from Kenosha Unified as well, with many years of experience. Many of you probably know Beth. She has been a substitute teacher in the district and will be a library aide, and we're excited to have Beth with us in that role. Brenda Downey is our new school psychologist. Again, many years of experience, and I think is going to be a great addition to our special education team. We have Jill. I'm probably going to butcher your name, Jill. Jill Thomas Ziliak. You just say Jill T. That's what we're going to go with. That's what we're going to go with. So Jill is going to be, I have library aide on there. That's not right. She's going to be an art aide and also help out with special education. And then Tatiana, I'm not going to butcher your name, but Tatiana is our new Spanish teacher. She is one of our teachers who is new to the world of teaching and is very excited to be here. And again, we're very happy that all of them have chosen Bristol. All of the staff members do have mentors. They met with their mentors today, I believe. It's been a while since we've had this many staff where we needed mentors. So again, it's a good problem to have. We are very excited.
I'm looking forward to meeting them, for those who are new, but also I'm really excited. There's several that transitioned into new spots that are more permanent, and that's exciting to see.
Absolutely, absolutely. And again, like I said, we just held new staff orientation. Again, hats off to the team that's already here. It is a well-oiled machine. I mean, my gosh, these people know what they're doing, and the new staff, I mean, anything they needed about their benefits, Tony and his team getting them ready for IT. They got overviews about our safety protocols, about our PBIS structure, the evaluation system. So I'm sure they're probably a little overwhelmed, but they also had time to work in their classrooms. So just really, really well done. I was very impressed. Our new staff comprises of, so we've got 6 new teachers, 2 specialists, 3 special education teachers, and 1 primary teacher, that'd be Mary, in 2nd grade. We've got 1 new school psychologist, and then we have some new assistants, library, RTI, art, some special education, and then 1 special education assistant. And right now we have a total of 110 staff members as we start the school year. That's everybody. So. And then I keep asking Linda for enrollment updates. I'm sure I'm driving her crazy. So you can kind of see enrollment is there. That was as of Monday. As you can see, 8th grade we've got 106, 7th 102. You can kind of look at them as we go. On the next slide, I'm doing enrollment comparisons from last year, so you can kind of see where we're at from last year. As of Monday, we were up by 9 students. So again, big increase in kindergartners.
Wow, 2nd grade.
Yeah, and 2nd grade, and then a decline in 1st grade. So some swings there. We still have some families that I'm sure are still going to register and enroll. So that's where we're at though. So it's,
I'm sorry.
oh, no, go ahead.
When's the deadline?
Well, I think the deadline was right?
Oh.
I think we're always
First day of
extending the
school?
deadline, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Okay.
What
Yeah.
was the percentage of out-of-district kids on that? Just,
I will get
I
back
know
to you
you
on
told
that,
us-
but
I know you told us
I think
before.
there's like I think our actual district enrollment with Bristol kids, don't quote me on this, I will verify this in a number, I think is somewhere closer to 730, I think.
so 110.
Yes, we do get a fair amount of open enrollment in, for sure. And we have more in than out. So, that's where we are at, but we're excited,
Is Fort K going to maintain with the 3 sections?
it is. Yep.
Love the chart.
Oh, that was good.
Great.
And
More
that's
things.
pretty much it from you today. Do you have any questions?
I have no questions.
No, thank you.
Excellent, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome to all the new employees.
Yeah.
All right, so moving on to 8, Jorge, and then turn it over to you.
Okay, great. So hopefully you all have a copy of all the budget reports for July. We're into our new fiscal year, so hooray, right? Every time we look into a new fiscal year, that's always a great and wonderful thing. And so the first one that we can review is the budget summary by fund object. So if you want to pull that one up,
Okay.
or either if you have it electronically or
Are you going to share in the Google Meet or no?
not this portion,
fine,
but the
okay.
other one I will.
Okay.
Yep. So then we'll review the numbers based on the budget summary by fund object.
Got it.
Okay. So this is all reference to July 25-26 activity. So it's new activity, but revenues in Fund 10 we have $20,781.10. Expenses in Fund 10 activity we have $414,565.82. Fund 27, we are yet to receive revenues for that, as that is not scheduled at this time of the year. Expenses, however, we have incurred some special education. Fund 27 expenses currently in July for the amount of $16,766.75. We'll go over to the next page on the fund by object report. Fund 50 revenues, we have revenues year to date of $2,940, and we have expenses of $2,000.26. So our grand total FY TD is revenue total of $26,832. Total expenses year to date is $488,658.68. So what you'll see there with that variance is due to many annual subscriptions. During the summer, we have, a lot of the prepaid expenses with annual subscriptions. Insurance, right, that's another prepaid item that we pay up front. So we paid that for the year, and we saw an increase there. We have also the summer pays going on, so that's also something that's hit our books in July as well, and will continue through August until we enter the new year. Purchase services, there's a lot of purchase services, right? We're gearing up for the start of the year, and so when you're looking at curriculum needs and everything that students need to go on that day one of class, we have those expenses. And then really those combined, are kind of the story behind the July financials that you see there on that report. We'll go into the next report, which is the
Okay. So which one's next?
summary of cash.
All right, hold on.
So this one is cash disbursements,
It's called the cash report, correct?
the cash report,
Yeah, you make it.
yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, good. So I'll go over the numbers on this one. Total cash receipts of $1,637,806.56 with 67 cents. Total cash disbursements of $2,809,222.01. the state of our accounts. Community state general account is at 416,802.99. The community state credit card account is at 11,764.99. The trust fund, Fund 46, community state bank account is at 4,000, and the LGIP account, local government investment pool account, is at 1,599,740.93. So total bank accounts summing up to $2,032,308.91. The WISP PMA account, which Josh was here and spoke about in his presentation, currently is sitting at $268,230.29. And that's our cash summary year to date. Going to the next report, which is our treasurer's report. Total assets is in the amount of $2,236,260.58.
Hold on.
Hold on, what,
Wait a second.
I don't
Okay.
see it.
What's it called?
It's
It's
treasurer's report.
B.
It might be the last one that I included in the packet.
B? We just looked at the cash.
5B. It's treasurer's report, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't have that.
I can't see that one either. I see 5B, it says cash report.
Yep, and then there's a 5B referendum proceeds.
So it might just be numbered something else. Could it be called a
Ooh,
different
I'm in
name?
a different spot.
Put it
That's why.
in-
Go into in your folder. Go click on the regular board meeting agenda, which is a little ways down,
Mm-hmm.
and then 5B in it's red. Click on that and see if you can get in it that way.
Oh, so we're going, okay, to the consent.
so it's in the agenda.
This is like a circus trying to figure out where all the stuff is.
I totally agree. Can you get in it?
No, it says I can't access. Oh, mine would.
You can't get in it? See, this is what I was. There's a copy of it. This is what I was
Well, when
complaining about before the
When I
meeting
click on
started.
treasurer's report, linked, it doesn't go to the right spot.
I got a cash
And yet
report,
mine did.
referendum.
You can get on it?
Yeah.
I can't access it.
Him and I can share this one. Do you have it? Tina, do you have yours?
I do.
Okay.
I'll
Do you
just
have?
have
Okay.
I
All right.
have a copy of it too.
The old school paper going forward.
That's all right. I'm fine with paper.
All right, so we're ready to wrap.
Okay, we're ready on this one. All right, so treasurer's report, if you look at the asset accounts on here, there includes Fund 10, 27, 38, 49, 50. It also includes, yep, that's the total of all these accounts listed, and we have a total asset ending balance of $2,236,260.58. Hopefully you have a copy of this one, which is the activity with the referendum account.
Is that called the referendum cash report?
Yes,
Yes.
referendum cash report. So it's that building referendum, and it shows all our revenues and expenses.
If you don't find it.
Yep.
I found it from the agenda.
Yes, that's exactly it. And so when we look at this, it starts out back since July 2024, looking at that July 2024 through June 30th.
the agenda.
The last reported numbers on here are from July of 2025, so from last month. And so that's when the final Nexus bill was paid out. It was paid out on July 14th, and that was in the amount of $52,645.58. It was paid directly to WISP PMA, and they submitted payment to Nexus, which is, in my mind, the best way to do these transactions, right? You know, they're a holding company, and they transfer those, and it's that clean,
Yeah.
passage of funds.
One place.
Interest dividends earned, there were some interest dividends earned of $1,053.66, which brings us to our ending balance on that account of $268,290.09.
Jorge, what was the, because we stopped using Nexus like in December, so what was the 52,645, do you know?
Yes, we actually looked at that, and it was an incurred cost that happened during the 24-25, and it was their final bill. It was for work that was approved on site, and maybe Michelle can speak, also to this as
It
well.
just seems they would have billed us,
That's,
they wouldn't wait 6 months, that's
Right.
why I was wondering if something else came up.
Yep, so it sounds like, as they had their vendors that worked for them, they were still incurring invoices from them, so it's what they called the final bill from Nexus, which kind of triggered our call to Josh, like, what is this, right? And then triggered us to have PMA go through everything to make sure, wait a
It's in
minute.
there.
Yeah.
So basically, one of the subcontractors of Nexus.
For several
were-
possibly.
Were just slow in submitting an invoice.
Yes.
Got it. But then you reconciled everything.
Yes, that was our kind of, let's talk to PMA and just triple check this, yeah.
Great.
Yeah. And our understanding is that that's the final bill for Nexus.
I hope so.
Okay. The next report is
Good
the,
job at triple.
there's a
triple checking.
next report, which is the Fund 10 expense summary by function. And that just shows the fiscal year-to-date activity, so it's a similar amount from what you've seen in the other reporting out. It tracks our activity, so currently we're at $414,565.82 on that.
So Jorge, for those people in the audience who don't know what Fund 10 is, can you just do a quick, this is what Fund 10 is?
Yes, so Fund 10 is our operational account. So it's where a lot of the monies that come in gets dispersed for all sorts of things from salaries to operational. So it's commonly known as our operational budget.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. The next report is the revenue by Fund 10. So we looked at expenses by Fund 10, now we're looking at the revenue in Fund 10, and that's that amount that we stated earlier of $20,781.10. And based on the report on the cash accounts, you can see that we're in a healthy enough state that we're not looking at any short-term borrowing or anything like that. The next two
close.
reports are expenses by vendor and expenses by check. So those two are 20-page reports, which we won't have time to go into detail, but I can tell you that the first check number is 104368, and that was on July 16th. And on page 9 of that report is the last check number that was issued, which is check number 104436. The rest of the detail on that, because it is a 20-page report, are all ACH payments. And the expense by vendor report, it just goes listing A through Z, of all the expenses that were paid out to the different vendors. So that'll have vendor, the account number that it was pulled from, the account description, the date of the transaction, invoice description, and an amount. And that's all the board reports for financials. Are there any questions?
No.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Jorge.
Yeah. I gotta close all these tabs.
And you let me know if I can go into the presentation on the preliminary budget.
It's on 10A. We'll give us a few seconds, and I bet you'll be able to do that. I'll just go to number 9. Any public comments? Do you guys want to talk? Okay, no public comments. All right. Now you can go into the preliminary.
Okay. Thank you. So I first have to figure out how to share my screen. So there's a button. I'm sure there's a button for everything, right? So
Are you in the Google Meet?
I'm in the Google Meet. I'm clicking the share. I need the slideshow button. There we go.
But
But I need to go in the
you
Google
need to be
Meet.
in the Google Meet, yeah.
do it all.
But
We'll do entire screen, just to be on the safe side.
Yeah.
And
Yep, I can see it.
I can see it.
you can see that, okay, and let's see if we can start the slide. So you can still see it?
Yep,
Okay.
full screen.
Okay, great. So the preliminary budget presentation, just, starting this off by our goals, right? So what do we want to accomplish with the preliminary budget? First is that we wanted to reflect how we allocate district resources so that we're in alignment with the district priorities. And when we talk about resources, we're talking both about time and money, right? So the second point on that is that we want to be good stewards of those resources, both for our learning community and for our students. The other component to that is that we want those resources to have a direct impact on student learning and achievement as a whole. Okay, so those are kind of our guiding principles in this budget development process. The process, how it starts, is we start with a zero-based budgeting system, right? So that means that we're looking at starting from zero, starting from scratch, what are the needs that we have? So we do that through a collaborative process of needs identification. So we meet with departments, we meet with and find out what are our curriculum needs, what does our staffing needs look like, and we assess all of those, and then once those needs are identified, we look at what our projections are for the year. So what are all those income sources that we have, revenue sources that we have coming in from either local, federal, state, grants, partnerships, what have you, and then we're looking at both things, right? What do we need and what do we have to work with? Then we prioritize and we assign the budget, apportionment or itemization to each category based on those priorities, and we come up with a preliminary budget. It is a process, so the last part of that process is that refinement, right? So we have to refine the numbers. It starts with a preliminary, then we go into an adopted budget, right? And then we go into a revised budget if needed, right? So the start is where we're at today, which is presenting a preliminary budget. So this is, kind of like a good faith, right, estimate of what we anticipate costs to be, revenues to be, expenses to be. And we hope to pass a preliminary budget today and then adopt a formal budget, which typically occurs sometime in October. So that's that process. A big part of that is because there's information out there that we need to know that we don't quite have yet. I'll kind of skip to that because I think it's important, which are some factors that are still outstanding, right? So one of those is state, federal grants, right? So you sometimes hear a lot in the news of, well, this grant is on hold, this type of aid is on hold, and what have you. So until we know a clear picture of all the aids that will be coming in from those sources, and then we can put a dollar figure into our budget that is an accurate dollar figure. We go through every year a financial audit, and so the auditors work with us to make sure that all our books are clear, that everything that is supposed to happen during the 24-25 fiscal year gets captured within that year, and anything that belongs to the upcoming year, so the 25-26 is parsed in that year. So right now we're working with our financial auditors, and they were here, God, it seems like so long ago, but it just happened that they were here and are helping us adjust, right, any entries. So any entries that they tell us this needs to go here, they give us guidance and support on that. There are some final adjustment entries that are taking place, and that'll give us a clear picture of where we end on June 30th of 24-25, which then will also inform us of our starting point for 25-26. Mentioned about the federal, state, and grants awards, so all the grant programs are still coming in as well. And one thing about the 24 and 25, even though we anticipated funds to get here, a lot of times what will happen is we receive them now for 24-25, and they have to hit our books, right? So even though we've got them as something we anticipate to receive, that's still yet to credit because it has to get to our banks, right? So that process, for example, if we receive a grant and they say we authorize this amount, it takes about 14 days for that to hit our books. And so we received some recently that will help us close that 24-25 year out. Budget refinements are also another part internally that we have to assess. Part of that is, are there any cost reduction methods, right? Measures that we need to take, right? So looking at year to year, so when we do a comparison of 23, 24, 20, 24, 25, and anticipating into this year, right? Are there some areas that perhaps we don't need to budget as much, or that we consistently over budgeted? Can we align that, right? Are there areas that perhaps we typically overspend on and are important areas for our district? Do we need to allocate more resources in that area? So that shifting focus to key areas is also important. And then lastly is the anticipated increased cost. There's a lot of cost going, sky high, right? And whether that's a prepaid item, whether it's a fixed cost item, if we even were to look at our annual subscriptions that we paid in July, they go up, right? So they go up year to year. And those are anticipated increased costs that we not only absorb at the start of the year, but throughout the school year. So I'll go back to give some information on key areas, right, of the budget. Major component of that, and definitely the highest percentage, is staffing, right? So that's where our largest expenses as a school district. Curriculum and instruction is another area where we allocate a lot of funds to. Capital projects, so facilities can also be major expenses. And then also with facilities, and this also applies to curriculum as well, we have to anticipate what are some needs that we may have in 26, 27, 2 years, 3 years from now. When we're looking at capital expenses, we have a 10-year plan, and we look at, what may need replacing, what may need repair 10 years from now, 5 years from now, 3 years from now, 1 year from now. We also prioritize those by needs. We look at what's an immediate need, what is a moderate need, what is some of those that are more distant out. But so that we anticipate those expenditures, then we can start planning for them. Technology is another key area, right? So it's those behind the scenes, work that really, that we want students to just have a seamless educational experience, right? Where they don't experience interruption, especially with things like testing, right? We want testing day to go like A plus A, okay, right? There's a lot of behind the scenes work that makes that happen. 25, 26. So when we're looking at the general fund, which is that Fund 10 that we looked at, the anticipated revenues are $11,332,730. The expenditures anticipated at this point in time are $10,676,690.15, which you will see that net revenue difference there to be $656,039.85. We have a beginning of the year fund balance amount, so the Fund 10 amount at the start of the year, which is July 1st, is $3,796,137.20. With the anticipated end of year fund balance is $4,452,177.05. So that's the projected amount for Fund 10.
Can I ask a question? You have beginning of year fund balance 3.7. But isn't that equivalent to our cash in the bank, which is 2 million, or are those two totally different worlds?
So the fund balance is comprised of not only the operational, because did we look at the operational on that, on the 2 million?
I'm looking at the total cash report.
Does the fund balance include more than cash?
Yes.
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 And that's as of July 1st, right?
Right. So it'll include cash plus cash, operational assets, plus the asset accounts. Thank you for the question. I appreciate that. Is special education budget is another major budget. The Fund 27 is the special education, and we anticipate revenues in that account. The revenues always meet the expenditures, right? There's always a zero end at year end, right? So the anticipated expenditures are $1,921,611, which equals the revenues. what offsets that? There's a transfer that happens at the end of the year. Any shortfall that special education has, Fund 10 does a transfer. We anticipate that transfer amount next year in June to be $822,897.70. We anticipate in state, federal, and other sources a revenue of $1,098,713.30. So that's how those interplay to get us to a Fund 27 to meet those costs. Another note that I'll mention on here is maintenance of effort, right? There's some very strict guidelines that funds that are allocated to special education are used for special education, and that the district does its due diligence to make that a priority, time and money.
If I remember correctly, there was some risk to Fund 27 as far as being more this year. Is that accounted for in here?
Yes, there was more
I
I didn't hear, I'm sorry, I
aid.
didn't hear the question.
I'm
Is
sorry.
the fan so loud?
Yeah, I said, I thought Fund 27, there was some risk within Fund 27 based on last year.
Of the new school that came into the district.
Sorry?
The new
Yeah.
school.
Oh.
What do you
Oh,
mean by
that-
risk?
Open wing.
That there was something that could affect it. I think it was the new school.
It's 30,000.
Okay.
I mean,
Right, I mean, with what, in my learning of this too, it's, whatever the needs are, we're gonna meet them.
Yeah.
For our students, and so that's why he's saying it will always meet and rise to it, is because we will take it from the general fund to meet the needs of any student that comes here.
Right,
And including if the school is in our boundary, yeah.
and maybe I'm simplifying this too much in my head, but if you back up after our expenses or projected revenues and expenses, there was 600 and some thousand left over. But here we're transferring 822. Does that mean we're short?
Yes, it means that we're short in the Fund 27,
No,
the
Fund 10.
expenses
Yeah.
compared to the revenues that we receive.
But I'm saying our Fund 10, our general account, I don't know, I don't think.
Can
I
you go
can
back? Can you go
backwards.
back a couple slides?
Oop, right there.
Oh, go there.
So it looks like after what we're assuming the income and the expenses are, we have 656,000 left. But we have to transfer 822,000.
Great question. And I will get back to you
Oh,
on the
okay,
other,
all right.
about the beginning and the ending balance, but with
Okay.
this question here, so when you're looking at that Fund 10 expenditure, that amount of 10,676,000, the transfer is included within that.
Got it.
So there's a transfer included for Fund
Okay.
27 and a transfer included for Fund 50. So that's part
And
of that
that's- yeah,
figure,
okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, great question.
Or
though.
Paige, you also want to talk about the fact that they have slightly increased the amount of funding that they're giving to special education, but in an attempt to be conservative, you did not budget that revenue at the amount they said we were possibly going to get, in anticipation that we may get less. You want to talk about that?
So the good news is aid for special education increased by 14%. However, in the calculation, when we did the estimate, we really estimated it at 11%. So we didn't go as high as, what is out there
Just
to
to
say.
be safe?
Just to be safe, just to be safe, to build some
Yes.
buffer within
Yes.
there. Because sometimes that happens through the legislature, where they'll come back and they say, well, what you'll receive is this amount versus what
We actually thought
we
was
actually
gonna
thought
be
it was
received.
going to be.
I
So-
thought any increase wasn't eligible till the 26-27 school year.
Yeah, and that's what I read too.
Right, so
but-
we aren't eligible for any increase for 25-26. Pretty
For
much.
special education.
Correct. But any increase is not eligible till next year.
Next.
Next year, 26, yeah.
Double check
So we'll
that.
double check that,
Double
but
check
Yeah, I can certainly double check on that.
not good news.
No. So
But
there goes a chunk
They
of
are
money.
reimbursing higher percentage for
High
high cost.
cost.
Do we have any students that meet eligible for high cost?
Possibly one, not if maybe one, maybe, yeah.
And that's in and out, but it's 50% the first year and 90% after, which really helps if we do have somebody with significant needs.
I thought, and maybe I read it wrong, I thought that the special education increase was a certain percentage for the 25-26 school
And
year,
then
and
the
then
more
more
for 20, that's what this
26-27.
says.
Yeah.
The increase of Wisconsin special education funding will impact the 25-26 and the 26-27 school year. This will include a gradual increase in the state special education reimbursement rate, which is part of the state biennial budget for that period.
And I can,
It's preliminary, so.
It's
but
preliminary,
for-
yeah.
For the September adoption, let's get some clarity on that, because I think when gradual can mean many a thing, and I
Right.
thought if it's a 2-year budget, their gradual increase is next year.
It's the next year, yeah.
So let's,
Yep, we'd
Yeah.
rather
We'll dig
be
in.
safe
Yeah.
than sorry,
Yeah.
right?
we will, and we'll get documentation on that to support that.
Yeah.
And
Thanks,
we'll,
Maria.
and I think the other part is we'll be conservative in estimating that,
Mhm.
so that we don't over project.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. Thank you
yes.
for looking into that.
Food service budget, so our food service budget is Fund 50. We're looking at anticipated revenues in the amount of $336,528. This again is one of those accounts that at year end must have a zero balance on it, cannot carry year to year. What we receive in terms of state and federal aid for this program is 315. The anticipated revenues is $315,050, which means that there will be a shortfall compared to the expenditures of $21,478, and so that would require a transfer from Fund 10 to Fund 50 at year end to balance that out to equal a net zero.
That's including that we voted for to increase the fees to per student.
The lunch fees for students and staff.
We're still short 21.
We're still, so we have to look at an assessment of what we can.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense, we were short like 47,000
True.
last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so this time, until we get to the, adopted budget, we'll look more closely at those and look at some cost measures, right, what we can do to help support this fund. And that takes us to questions, and I appreciate the questions in between the slides, made it a much more engaging presentation. And if there's any follow-up questions, you can certainly reach out to me. I'm more than happy to work with you and supply that information. So thank you all.
thank you for this.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. For the building maintenance, is that Fund 49? Which fund? The
I
fund
will
number.
provide you the WUFAR. There's a Wisconsin uniform, financial codes. Let me pull that detail. I'll
Well,
get that to you
I
in a second.
think it's Fund 49. I guess in the budget adoption format that we're looking at, where would that be? Because I guess what I'm
Okay.
trying to say, so to not do a leading question. Our budgets have always been so thin that putting something in Fund 49 for large-scale maintenance has been out of reach. Hence the need to do like a capital referendum for including things like a roof or the floors where if budgets are too thin. So I guess for this budget, I always want to make sure that, especially for the adopted one next month, what are we budgeting for capital improvement projects? What are we able to put into the annual budget? So that's it. That's the question for the future. So I just don't see Fund 49 listed within the pieces.
You are indeed correct. It's that Fund 49, and it's site maintenance, building, remodeling. So it has to do with it, and there's some admin tech services included within that fund as well.
Would it be on your preliminary
this?
worksheet? Yeah. I mean, because it's not itemized, but it could be buried within a larger category.
I can certainly provide you that level of detail.
Yeah.
So what I can do is, as a follow-up, so this is my homework assignment, is to take, right, before start of the year, we have homework. That's okay. And so I'll take this report that I presented as a preliminary budget, and then pull the different funds that are associated with each of these amounts.
Yeah. I think as a board, it's looking, so for preliminary tonight, but then for our permit, for the one next month that we adopt, you know, are we able to set aside $50,000 in this budget for projects that we know are coming due? So we just want to make sure, I mean, right now, we're seeing a plus of 656,000, but we need to dial in and make sure we're accounting for the future. So, yeah, that'd be great. Thanks for that.
Any question, any possibility we could get a copy of that slide?
Which one?
Your deck.
Your presentation.
Oh,
you can-
absolutely,
yeah,
yes.
if you
I
can
have,
email it to us, that'd be awesome.
Yep, and I have physical
Oh,
copies here,
awesome.
so.
Oh, nice.
Take one test.
Yep, and,
And are you still doing fine tuning to this, or we're voting on it tonight?
there is refining, yes.
Cause I
Yes.
I mean, I don't know if you saw my last.
Yeah, okay, so I could follow up on you to do that refining.
Do we have to, I mean, this may be the prelims,
This
and
is
then
the
our
preliminary,
annual
yeah.
meeting September 17th, I believe.
The refined budget, yeah.
All right. Thank you.
So,
I know there's a lot of pieces.
so,
A lot of pieces.
so ideally, you would want to take a vote on the preliminary budget today.
Yes,
Because
we
we
need
are
to approve
spending money
prelim.
in this fiscal year, and you have not really yet approved of the preliminary
It's supposed to
budget.
happen by July.
Yes.
So I went back and I looked at past years of like, because I saw this document and I was like, I can't read this. This is gibberish to me. So I went back and I looked to see like what we had been provided in years past for preliminary budgets to compare that template versus this template. We've never received one. So.
You mean in this, like this format?
In any format, and we've never approved a preliminary budget in years past.
What did can you give me back what I handed you?
I gave him stuff from 2023 just so he would see what we saw as a reference point. So, like, this is.
That was at the budget
Yeah.
hearing.
Yeah, we would, instead of like this chart, we just got it like this with the recommended format for budget.
Yes, that I have,
Yeah.
that was at the, I was looking for something like in May, June, April, that we have never received. So
Yeah.
I was thinking that we were extremely behind this year, but we truly weren't. So I guess it's,
Well, actually.
I guess it's
fine.
good. We are.
We are.
We are.
But not compared to what's happened at Bristol in the past.
Yes, that's a way to say yes.
Because there is a statute that we were
Yeah.
supposed
That
to
we
do
should.
that before a check goes out July 1st.
What she just said, she goes, you know, you're kind of already spending that. And I'm like, oh, well, that
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
a red flag to me right there. So,
So you need a motion for the preliminary budget approval.
please.
Okay.
Yep.
Make a motion that we approve the preliminary budget as presented by Jorge.
I'll second it.
Okay. All in favor of that, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Or do
Oh, I
you-
said aye. I was
Okay.
thinking in my brain. Sorry. Aye.
No nays? Motion carries 5-0.
Michelle, how do you want to move forward with, so we're going to approach the September 17th meeting, and I know we're going to talk about, well, let me press pause because we're talking about the next thing, which I think will dovetail into how we're going to field any information we want to put in before. So,
Yeah.
press pause, sorry. I had myself.
Pause.
So,
All right. 10B, 2025-2026 board committees. Sorry.
That's right. I told you I would kind of talk about this, right? Or do you want to
Sure,
talk about it?
we can feed off each other.
Sounds good. So, I mean, I think the idea would be that we give this board some options on how you want to move forward on committees. Committees could stay status quo, the way you've had them in the past. Or there is a draft out there to have different board committee workshops with kind of a draft calendar that is on throughout the year, where the full board comes together and looks at different things throughout the school year. One area that probably should remain a committee is policy. I guess the idea being there might be a separate policy committee, but then maybe on the draft calendar, there are times when the whole board comes together and looks at policies. As I know Nicole and Danielle, your committee has done a lot of work on trying to get the policies updated. In the Neola policies updated, but I know there's still work to do into that, right? So again, ultimately, it's this board's decision, just, kind of wanted to give the board some options on what do you want your working committees to look like, or would you rather have it be the whole board come together?
So we used to have meetings, and thankfully since I've been here, we haven't had too many of them, that went 4 to 5 hours. And the idea of the committees are so that we can actually research information, not deal with it all here in the meeting, and then that's presented to the board to make a decision, so that the other thing is, like with the policy committee, is some staff and community members got to be part of it too, which I think then people had input. We did the same with the finance committee. We didn't get a whole lot done because Sue didn't want to share information. And then when she was leaving, so, but I
You
do
have the
think
opportunity,
that
right, to-
basically, most schools have 4 committees, and there's usually a building and ground, a curriculum, finance, and policy. Some have more. But the whole idea of them is not to make decisions or updates, but to gather the information to give to the board members so that it's all
Kinda
right.
do that.
I think they're good because I don't want to sit here 5 hours at a time. I mean, my brain can't handle it for 5 hours.
Did you guys see the draft workshop schedule in the BOE only folder?
Yep, got it up.
What would be your thoughts on that? Again,
I didn't
just
see it.
options.
And the premise, so since the people can't see it, so the premise is we're discussing traditional committee versus moving to a traditional workshop model, where the workshops are committees of the whole, where all 5 of us are in attendance, and it's a working workshop.
Well, for example, like the very first one was September 4th, finance, prepare for annual meeting. Prepared already set a date, already set a time. October 2nd would be policy, which would be Neola packet first reading. November 6th was education and curriculum technology review, update for the school year. We could, and this is a total draft. This is just me off a whim of, what about this? At that November 1, we would invite Carrie, Elizabeth, and Tony. December 4th would be a safety building and grounds. We would invite Lou and crew. I like that. Lou and crew to see like what he's doing in the school and what, we don't see what any of that's happening at that week. It just would give us an overview of what's happening. Going back to January 8th, update on budget for the year. February 5th was policy, group of policies to review, next section to review. March 5th, again, would have been education, curriculum, technology. Update for the 2026-2027 school year. Invite Carrie, Elizabeth, and Tony. Then going on to April with Lou. May would be finance, and then policy. This is just a draft. Or, like she said, we can just go back to the way we are right now.
I think there's advantages to basically what, like Joanne had said, you break up, we're meeting functionally twice a month so that you could have a working meeting, so where we can pepper with questions, and so
Yeah.
we can come back to a regular meeting and do business, board business on the regular meeting, so I affirmed that decision. I would be very comfortable with this workshop method. I would say if you kept the policy committee, she did an excellent job chairing it.
For sure.
So whether or not Victor wants to step in or I continue it, however that looks, but I think that if we do the Neola, with the workshop model, I think all we could accomplish is maybe the Neola packets, but we'll never dig into auditing others.
100%.
So,
Well,
and
on
there's
top of that, those packets can be anywhere from 15 to 30 policies. You don't know how long you're just sitting there.
Right. To that point, knowing that the policies, there's so many that haven't been reviewed since 2008. The Neola packet, as you know, takes up most of your time as it is.
Well, I'll say they have been reviewed by Neola and they're ongoing. They haven't been flagged as
They
needing
haven't been
update.
reviewed and custom to Bristol though.
Right, and we're also gonna talk next about like how much customization we want to do as a board too. So
Sure.
I guess I would say if I love the workshops.
there could be, if there's an argument and discussion to be made about maintaining a policy committee in conjunction with this, I feel finance should all be committee of the whole, because the information is so critical that it's nice to get it all together, and I think we're powerful as five. And then I would just say with, especially with policy, whether we do committee, which we did last time, we were successful in part, main in part too, because we incorporated a lot of staff, and especially with having a union now, it's important that representation is there. So whether we keep that and then just make sure that we have representation too at the policy meeting, policy workshop, because they can speak into that too.
And you have to
Well-
realize when the policy meetings started, we didn't know fully about when the packets came out, how far behind
Yeah.
we were and whatnot. So in that meantime of trying to figure out all that stuff, we were working on policies in general and did approve, like, hey, it's been read, it looks great, and we did approve as a board, like, let's just update the date.
I'm not dissing the
No, I
policy,
know, I'm
the
just,
committee
like,
whatsoever.
there
I know
was
there was,
time.
I mean,
Downtime,
The AG
and I
is-
think once you get through and realize what kind of workflow you can do, there will be some downtime to pop in more policies and say, hey, let's get eyes on those.
So, and just to back up, like the finance committee, we got stalled because
Sure,
Sue didn't
sure.
wanna share.
Yeah.
But we did some good things.
Oh, yeah.
We had like the, Lucida come in and discuss the audit and
Mhm.
where our snags are and how to better look at those things. So it's kind of grabbing a lot of information for the whole, so that you don't have to do all the digging.
Yeah.
Similar to the policy, and I think really building and ground, same thing.
What were you gonna say, Victor?
Well, it's going to be about the Neola and learning more about that. It doesn't seem like we have a lot of influence to change there, so we're going to have, I think we're going to have to look at how do we go around, not around, but in conjunction with Neola and with our administrative guidelines and with our policy and connecting that together so that it reflects better than what Neola, and in my opinion, Neola's is ambiguous and not very refined for much of what we want to accomplish.
Yeah, I agree.
for sure. So what's your guys' thoughts? Do you want to keep the committees as we are?
Can I
Correct.
follow up real quick? So when it comes to the policy committee and Neola, I think it's just a review and to make sure that it ties with, so I think just suggesting that it gets easier with Neola, right? But the policy and the administrative guidelines gets a little bit more intense with making sure that we're covering the gaps that we're finding within Neola. So, sorry.
But there's huge gaps.
Which
Yeah,
is
I think so.
incredibly important, because that's how the whole school is supposed to operate.
Right.
Tells everybody what to do in every scenario.
Yeah.
Parents, staff.
Agreed.
board.
Nicole, do you feel like if we went forward with these workshops and we have
These topics don't have to stand.
right? I think
This is just
no.
a
I think your drafts.
draft
I
of,
think
like,
the drafts.
Do we want to do this?
Draft's very inclusive though of everything that standard committees accomplish. So I guess if we met, there's 3 times here where they're meatier meetings, like they're 2-hour dive into policy. Do you feel like that's enough, or would you also recommend a standing policy committee that meets every 6 weeks in conjunction? What's your recommendation?
I honestly think the monthly meetings, and having them roughly an hour to 2 hours long.
So workshop and policy.
I guess I would rather go just, committee versus workshop and
I agree.
send info. Whereas the other stuff, I agree with the finance, all of this together.
So you would be comfortable eliminating policy on here? Okay.
You're having a traditional policy committee
Committee,
that reports to the board.
You don't want to do a policy committee plus what's on here?
I think that'd be a lot.
Okay.
So this is adding a second monthly meeting basically for the whole board.
Yes. It would be a workshop plus a annual school or monthly school board meeting.
Which is
You know,
what the village does.
Yeah, I'd also like to suggest, as one of the workshops, if we're taking one out, is kind of a workshop on alignment of goals for Bristol in general, through the board, how we support those goals within the administration, within the teachers and students and those type of things, so that we can be aligned on what we're checking on.
So absolutely agree. The idea of the committees is, I think, again, as a whole board, we can't discuss with each other, hey, did you know what Milwaukee's doing? Did you know what? We can't have those conversations as board members, except in a committee or at an actual workshop. So how do you gather your information?
Yeah, how do you brainstorm?
Workshops would be publicly noticed and they're open to the public, but you could just,
But I'm saying, so what's happening now, and we're using the policy committee because that was the only one that actually functioned, right, as designed. But you're doing a lot of work and you're not, it's not only happening in that committee meeting. Each person is researching things and then they're discussing it and making changes. So when it comes to the board, we already know and have confidence that that's all happened.
Right, so we're gathering our information from the people that we're inviting to the meeting. So that is it's just an informational only, we're not gonna take action on anything, we're not voting on anything. We're getting action from, so if we're inviting Carrie and Elizabeth for what's gonna happen for next school year, that's giving them the information to give us. So when it comes time for, if we need to vote on a new curriculum or vote on any changes for that school year, we would have that information already.
So how would we, without having the regular committees doing the research, how would we have found out about a last minute change for grading that was thrown last year?
Well, hopefully they would bring it to us in this workshop.
But they were at our meetings prior to and nothing came up.
they didn't have set aside, I think, just to, I don't want to dwell on the past, but I would say what we noticed from what didn't go well is there wasn't enough ample time within our regular meeting agendas that were running 3 to 4 hours long to come for the curriculum team and say, hey, listen, here's all this work that we're doing. So now 2 or 3 times a year, they'll have that opportunity just to clue us in on what all the hard work that they're doing. So I think that solves, I think the workshop model solves that.
Yeah.
Years ago.
I'm in a disagreement point just because I feel like,
Do you have a recommendation other than this? Because I'll take it.
yeah, I like the committees. I like the committees that have.
So we're
some
a
staff.
board of 5.
Yes.
So you said that would incur another meeting. If we do a committee, I would be on potentially 2 to 3 committees. You would be on 2 to 3
Not
committees.
necessarily. You don't need 2 board members on each committee. But you can have staff so that people can interact. We just really don't have the opportunity to ask any staff member anything. Because they're busy during their day.
Right, for sure.
So he brought up like the idea too about like governance and just a strategic plan. That's what I heard, if I'm
Yeah,
hearing you right.
that's summarized
So Erin's,
well.
but like this is where like, so this draft, and by the way, if we even approved workshops tonight, I would just simply make a motion around having workshops once a month, and then we would decide in a regular meeting, okay, are we confirmed we're doing education and curriculum? Great, we're confirmed we're a good go, because it gives us some flexibility if something pops up. But I'd say if we removed policy, and let's say policy is a standing working committee, you would then put in there strategic plan, because it expires at the end of this year. And so we get an update from administration where we're going on our strategic
Strategic plan, they met on Saturday mornings without the board. The board was not a part of that.
I just mean
Stephen was a part of
she
it,
would
but-
provide an update, and then we provide any feedback, and then they're gonna work, it's weighted.
There.
I think your point is, how do we increase, if I'm hearing you, please correct me, but it's, how do we increase communication?
Right.
And I do think that this model does that much better, because it's a relaxed setting with no action, and we're gonna hear from different department leaders. And I
And the
think,
ability to ask questions.
and I think with finance, as a treasurer, you're already in a role too, that like you're asking great questions and communicating directly with admin there.
And that I'll continue, but I think
Yeah.
it's really important to be interactive with, you know, the other people in the school, which you get in a committee more than,
We can invite them to workshops though. Like I would like if we, you know, if we had, they're already on here as far as like we have all staff on the right for being included. So here in this
it
workshop.
seems you've already decided.
Well, I looked at the draft and I do like it. And then I also would be flexible on either you include policy and workshop or you make a standalone. And I'm looking kind of to how Nicole feels about that. She chaired it well. You know, if you wanted to be on the policy committee this go around, great. So whatever, I guess I'll say, and I totally appreciate, I see no critique with where you guys didn't regularly meet. We all know the reasons why.
Well,
But-
we did for a while,
Yeah, but I guess I would just say for finance, I want to hear like direct, not that you're a horse, but directly from his mouth and we're all asking the questions and that we're all in it together.
Right.
So,
What were some of the other committees that you
Like
are?
our, the auditor wasn't, she said she doesn't come to board meetings, but she
Yeah.
came to our committee meeting.
yeah,
So those are things, I don't know, like, would she come to a workshop? Maybe, maybe not.
What were some of the committees that you would like?
Well, I'm just in favor of committees, because I feel like we can do research and work together without violating any open meetings, without making decisions, or being accused of making decisions without an actual board meeting.
What committees would you like though?
I like the finance, I like policy, I like the education, and I like the education curriculum and technology.
Yeah, I like the topics you have here. Plus,
And the building and grounds.
and I think, you know, if we were, there's certainly larger boards that are 7 people that where having more committees, I just feel like we're small enough that if we get in a rhythm of meeting twice a month, we'll hear all this information together. And we'll still, to your point too, like we're still gonna have to notify it, it's a public meeting and it's only discussion, no action taken. And we just have to guard that and make sure, and everyone's welcome to come to those workshops, the same way that people would come to finance and policy if they wanted to.
Except you can, yeah, okay.
I really don't care what we call it, but I do like the information coming in, having a discussion about these things in conjunction with everyone, if possible.
So if we did the committees so it'd be, policy would be Nicole. We would have, Jorge would obviously go to finance, policy, whoever you would invite to, we would invite to that. I know Jackson sent an email last year saying who would like to be a part of it, yada, yada, yada. Education and curriculum, that would be Carrie. And then she has the education curriculum committee already.
I think there's committees, the teachers have.
Well,
committees.
right, they have, she has.
Their own internal.
Yeah, their internal.
Yeah, they have their own
teams,
internal.
Right.
so if they have their own internal, can't we just, I guess, would it be a workshop for them to come like give us information as well as we
Right.
can ask questions?
That's what,
Absolutely.
yeah, and that's what, I guess,
Do the teachers have all these committees?
They don't have a separate policy committee or a separate finance committee or anything like that, but teachers work in all kinds of different teams. They're constantly talking about data and standards and.
That's what you guys as I'm looking at you guys.
Yeah,
That's what you do on
curriculum,
Friday
right.
afternoons when the kids go home early. That's what you're doing
Yeah.
during those times, right?
That's what we should
I've been in their PLC meetings weekly, right? They're looking at data, they're looking at whatever their individual student goals are, the building goals, and how are they meeting those things. So I think however you structure it, there's value in you having that information and giving that information and asking questions of the people that.
I like the idea of the structure too, as far as putting that out there early enough for people to plan around, you know, hey, September 4th is a finance committee. I may want to be a part of that workshop or at least listen in.
If we had a policy committee, are you willing, how do you feel about chairing it again? Okay. Cause I would say, like bandwidth wise, like I'm comfortable with workshops twice a month, like functionally we're meeting twice a month. If you wanna do it, if you feel you have the bandwidth to do a standing committee to continue work, I think a policy would meet, and then it'd be up to you if you'd like to be the.
What, I thought if there was two or more, if there's more
Three or
than
more.
two,
Three or more.
three or more.
Right, a quorum is three,
A
so
quorum.
that's why we had two on each committee.
Right, so you could only have two board members at
Mhm.
one committee.
Yeah, and I served for a year on policy, so I'd happily, you seem passionate about it, so we could discuss, we could approve that next month. But I think approving this so that we have, like, for instance, right away, September 4th, then we could all
I
of the
already know I
things.
can't be there then.
Well, we can
Yeah.
change the days.
Yeah, a lot of them I won't be able to make. Unless we're
Well, the
doing
dates
them
aren't
a day
set.
before.
The dates aren't
or
set.
after.
The dates aren't set.
Those
I just wanted to, and
Just
it's,
throw out a draft.
I just wanted a draft.
And
I wanted a
also-
draft to say, this is what I was thinking, would you, I mean, it says right on there, draft, 100% draft. If they're,
But what I was getting at is unless it's like the day before or the day after or the day of our board meeting, I won't be able to be at any of them.
Can we make, would you feel comfortable remoting it?
Maybe,
Okay,
like
okay.
that. Because I fly in for the meetings.
Yeah,
Yeah. Thanks.
well,
Okay.
could you, because you know, what, if, so,
would you like to table this option?
I feel like I feel like we have to kind of come to a resolution on it, so I'm trying to like kind of seek, my strategic brain is just trying to find options, so like.
I would actually like to table it and maybe do some more research on that.
Research on,
The difference between workshops.
Yeah,
and
the pluses and minuses.
okay, so I still think we need to meet one more time before we adopt the budget in September, so with that, I guess, I would like to make a motion to, at the minimum, approve a finance workshop before our annual meeting in September 17th. So, I think we need to meet more.
For finance.
Specifically, at least for finance, if we don't have to do this for an entire calendar year, but we need to meet again to have exactly what we're accomplishing now with, what about this and this and that, so we're ready for September 17th and we get this
Okay,
done.
so we don't have that on the agenda, I can put out another,
Well, you have
So
board
you're-
committees.
And you are meeting,
With
you
possible
are
action.
meeting next week, right, on the 26th. We could add some things to the open meeting part of that agenda if you needed
to
to.
come with dates.
If you,
Possibly
if you think you'd be ready, that's like
next week,
Yeah.
Tuesday.
first day of school. So that's kind of a lot, so.
Yeah.
No, it wouldn't be finance, it would be us come with dates.
Yeah, yeah,
For a finance workshop.
yeah. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Well, we have here discuss impossible action, and that's board committees, so,
Mhm.
Yeah,
I mean,
possibly.
Yeah,
Sounds like
you
you
guys,
could-
you wanna throw out dates before the 17th, cause that's our,
Well, we already have the 9th for governance training, then the 17th. I'm fine doing another meeting in September.
16th?
We need more time before the annual meeting is where we're gonna approve the adopted one, so we need to
But
meet,
that's the 17th?
yeah, Wednesday, the 17th, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just,
Oh, I'm sorry, you're just saying the
I'm
days.
looking it up, making sure I got the days right.
So I don't know, do we need to make a motion to approve a workshop, or we could just schedule it?
well, once we do the schedule, we can add the motion with it.
the 10th.
Right. So we have a workshop on the 9th.
How long who's doing that workshop?
Barb Stramick is doing that, she's from WASDA. It's gonna be on board governance, so.
And how?
And I have a call with her next week. She was gonna work on a draft agenda, and I know Tina, I think, had allotted 90 minutes, but I don't think Barb thought it was gonna take 90 minutes.
I was just looking at what the invites,
We could
So can we
do-
do it after that, after
That's
her
what I'm
presentation?
wondering. Although, oof, that makes for a be here late.
We could do, what if we put him first and then see if she's, like, I know it's early, so could, I mean, and I know, you know, you're working too, but if we did 3:30, and then we're just here at 3:30 to 6:30? Not ideal, but
It's not ideal, but I'll make work. I'll figure it out.
could we do Tuesday, the 9th at 3:30? We do 1 hour of budget, last minute discussion so that he has one solid week to have it ready for adoption the following week? How does everyone feel about it?
Jorge?
It'd be good to have more time to build into that, you know, to make the edits for the budget adoption. Would the second work?
First day of school? You tell me.
Third? Yeah.
You okay?
Because that way it gives more time to prepare.
I'm around the
final.
second, third, so let me know what the
Let me check real quick.
group wants to do.
How about the second?
I'm open on the second.
Oh, that's Labor Day. Oh, no,
No,
that's
day after.
day after, sorry.
What time? Can everyone do?
Flexible.
I could be here by 4:30 without rearranging things,
Let's have the least resistance.
but I could rearrange things if we need to move order.
Does that, yeah, does that work for you, Jorge? For
4:30?
4:30?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I think,
Or can we push it to 5? Sorry,
Is 5 okay?
Sure.
is that okay?
5?
Jorge's so agreeable. 5 o'clock.
It's still early.
5 o'clock.
I'm fine with 5.
And a second.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve a finance workshop on September 2nd at 5 PM.
Do you need to continue with that motion to table the board committee?
Let's make them separate,
Okay.
just for note taking.
I will second that.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Motion carries 5-0.
And then I'll make a motion to put the discussion between board committees versus workshops on the September regular meeting agenda. To push it.
I'll second that. I'm making my notes here.
What was it? Pushing
Boards,
committees.
just to table the discussion of 25-26 board committees versus workshops and place it for September regular meeting.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any nays? Motion carries 5-0. Right, moving on to 10B, policy review per Neola meeting.
I'm gonna lean on Victor. Were these up to par?
Sorry, I just need a couple seconds here.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. All right. Neola. So I think, Nicole, you did a lot of work at kind of highlighting what's what, correct? I mean,
Well,
that you
actually,
sent
Tim
out.
highlighted what he can do and what he couldn't, and what will Neola in itself would back us and what they wouldn't.
Yeah, and the beige, just so I understand what the beige was on your highlight, or pink, or whatever that color was. Sorry. is that that's not something they're taking care of right away. They've got to put it into a consideration bucket
So-
of work.
He said that if we want to, he can put it in. But regardless whatever we do with it, he found it, that he's taking it himself to suggest to Neola in their October meeting to put on future,
Okay.
updates. So I took it as he really liked that and thought it was great.
Okay, okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood the classifications. And then the blue is something that we have to cross-reference to our
Handbook.
acceptable handbook. Yeah,
Correct.
thank you. Thank you. Okay. I'm good with that. Do I need to make a motion to approve as highlighted?
Well, I guess my question is, do you want it saying word from word what you have on here, or I guess if Tim kind of
And it was a,
words
just,
it to fill, like, make it flow. I'm not sure what he would do, but obviously we would have to vote on it before it's finally
Right.
approved anyway.
no, my assumption here is that it's worded in the way that he's going to put it into the policy.
Got it.
If that's bad, let me know.
Okay.
Well, but the yellow are ones that he's saying would not be at this time backed by Neola.
No, he says
Correct.
it will
He's
complete.
willing to do the work and put it in our policy.
Yes.
But Neola itself would not back those sections. of it.
Everything in yellow. So,
So our lawyer would be the one to.
Okay, so Tim, okay, let me wrap my mind around that a little bit. Tim's saying that the yellow is something that he has to further work on.
they'll put anything in that we ask. So what he's trying to say is that because it's not a Neola provided recommendation, we're out on our own. So then he'll put it in for that extra fee for his time. But then we need to then check it with an attorney because this is outside of standard Neola recommendation language. So we could do the yellow, but the conversation is now we're outside the traditional lanes of Neola recommendations.
Does it negate our, and I'm gonna use air quotes, insurance with Neola?
He didn't say that.
Well, if
He just said that right, I mean, you were there, that it was just something they would not back us if we ever, Neola itself would
negates
not
our
back us if we went
Yeah.
to someone sued
I'm,
us.
I'm taking that
Our
as
lawyer
a
will
sign.
have to back us.
Right.
But they don't give us a lawyer to back us up in court.
Correct.
No,
They have
it's-
had
Lawyers
a
still
lawyer
back
look at it
us.
ahead of time.
It's a bit of a, it is what it is. Then we're gonna need to take the yellow and put them into some sort of other policy if the board decides to do that, right, approves it. And cross-reference the Neola rather than going into the Neola and updating it. That's what I'm hearing. If you like the wording, if everybody likes the wording of what was proposed and cross-referencing and taking because there's gaps, right? There's gaps in that policy that Neola is providing. We're gonna have to cover that gap in an administrative guideline or a school board or a school policy, right? We're gonna have to cover it because Neola is saying, hey, we're not gonna cover you if you have to go to court.
So I guess my understanding with Neola is that they've already had it looked through by lawyers and whatnot, that
That's the
they're,
service they
they
provide,
have the standard, like, yeah, it's been reviewed
And I
and it's
respect
backed by
lawyers,
lawyers.
but
But our lawyer in itself would be backing us, you know what I mean?
if they review it and they recommend it. I guess, let me just, the yellow that's here, is this you generated all this text? Yes?
Yeah.
So I'll say a couple things. This would be great to work through in a policy committee faction or a workshop, but I guess so that's something to consider for next month when we talk about it, because this is meaty, and these are a lot of really interesting things. Some of them could be included, but I'd also say, like I read the staff social media one, for instance, in 7540. I feel like what we have now, for at least like just around the small section around staff social media use, I feel like what we currently have in policy, which was updated 2023, is sufficient. I deem it sufficient. Now, you're saying you would like it to go a step farther, which we could discuss, but we're going to have to hire Neil or have a lawyer review any policy changes that we're kind of going farther. Also, any changes that I feel like at this point affect staff,
we should also make sure that they have an opportunity to speak into it too. Like, I don't want to just unilaterally.
I don't disagree with the input from the staff or anything like that, but based on what I saw, there's a gap in that, the current policy, recommending a change, not that everybody would agree with me, I
Yeah.
don't expect that. And I don't expect that it doesn't need conversation.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I don't think Neola is particularly surgical enough for what we need.
Okay.
It's too broad.
And I do know, Victor, that Tim did say that, he would be willing to, you know how I invited Josh in? That he would be willing to come and talk to the board about the services that Neola provides as well, so that the board could ask questions.
With an additional fee.
Well,
Most likely.
It's
More
like I'm
than
gonna get an
that. More
additional,
than
we're
that.
gonna get an
Wait,
additional
can
fee
you
whether we
clarify, when we were
adopt
in
a
that
policy
meeting-
that's, sorry.
No, it's okay. When we were in that meeting, he wasn't very specific, like, yes, we had to have our lawyer look it over. He just said she would be.
Well,
the one
I
to back it,
kind of got
right?
the impression that more than likely you would want our lawyer to look it over,
Mhm.
because it's not, you know, he's not, Neola's not backing it, right? So I
Right.
think just to make sure that the district wouldn't incur any type of liability. So,
I think at least where I stand today, I appreciate all of this language you've pulled together. What sometimes in the past has worked with Neola too is we say, okay, well, what sentences of this are you comfortable? And then why are they saying no? And that's honestly an interesting exploration to find out is like, why don't you love what Victor put together? And they're gonna be like, well, because this happens. So part of it is that dialogue makes our policies better. So I think it's worth the investment of time and energy. So I just wonder, and maybe that's something again, where in October, we get X amount of time and they will come do a site visit X amount of time. So we can see this is the opportunity to bring Tim from Neola here for us to meet with him and to field those questions. But I would say I'm not comfortable approving any changes because one, it hasn't had, I think, an opportunity for staff to provide input to.
Well, it's been submitted for quite some time. I mean, this
But
was
they
back
haven't
in
seen
October.
the, yeah, they haven't
But we
seen
don't
the other
always
language.
have staff look over all the policies before we approve.
No, and I would have no problem having our attorney take a look
And I
at
don't
it
have
for
a problem
approval.
with the attorney.
Because
over
she's
it.
looking at a lot of things. I mean, we have her reading contracts that has to be more expensive than a couple of policies.
The idea is to reduce
But-
risk. That's
Well,
what,
Yeah.
and that's what I'm saying.
A
So
lot of this
think
I
it's-
really like. So I'm for sending this over to our lawyer to, yeah, to review.
do we need to
And-
be cleaned
And
up
see
some
what she
more?
says.
Do we want to give her the final, what we want
Well,
the wording to be?
or
Or is this considered the final?
Or we just say we already told Tim, like, I don't know. I'm sure she'll get the gist of it if we say we talked to Tim about it already.
And he said he would put it in, it just wouldn't have the backing of Neola.
Correct.
So I would feel comfortable sending this to our attorney to provide feedback on, and then bringing it to vote individually on the policies. That would be our final approval. So if we want to go that direction, it's a minimal investment, probably an hour or two of that time, which is an investment, but again, gaps are bad, so we want to look at those. But then I would want to vote on them individually in
Well, yeah.
October or November when we get it back.
The other thing is, the handbooks are already out, aren't they? Oh, when does that happen?
we're reviewing them right now. We have another meeting tomorrow.
Oh.
And it is a lot of work. I mean, it's good work. I have to thank Lori Baird. She's done a lot of behind the scenes work, but the whole idea is that Mr. Fail did purchase the Neola guidelines to employee handbooks. So really taking a look at the Neola updates, what has to legally be in the handbooks, and then taking our current administrative guidelines and policies and linking them to the language in the handbook.
It's a lot of
So
work.
it is a lot of work, but going back to your point, Joanne, it really spells out, this is what we do here, and this is how we do it, right?
That's
It
what they're
guides everything we
supposed
do,
to do,
yeah. So it's important work, it's good work.
That's why I think this is important, but I'm curious, because if we need to update stuff in the handbook and you're working on it now.
But they're very behind on
The handbooks haven't been updated since 2018.
Yeah, that's
it's-
why there's a
it's-
lot of gaps.
Yeah, and I think I did have a chance to talk to Sheena a little bit. I also would like Sheena to take a look at the handbook, and then once that she has done that, then after we've had a chance to look at it, bring it to the board for approval. They really need to be approved by the board.
Could we add these in with
Can
it?
we, yeah. Do we need to make a motion to send this to her, or?
Before we do that, for the personal use of social media and public platforms, so this is language that you just drafted.
Mhm.
I feel like that is a bridge too far compared to like what we have currently, which I do believe like for 70, what is it? I'm referring to.
7540.04?
Yeah, I believe there's enough sentences that do provide a guidance to staff to be professional in what they post on social media, but still maintain their rights of expression and freedom of speech, which I think is important. And I do believe, I think your language here for that is a little too far.
No?
So to where I feel like we're then.
Why don't we have Shayna just clean it up then? Clean up that language.
Right.
I think there's a.
I would like to see the
And then I
input
would also want
of
to
those.
make sure that we have some feedback from the union and from people who are on staff. Because if we're gonna be making things like that, I wanna make sure.
From the union?
Yeah, I think
They don't have input on anything about their policies at this point.
other districts incorporate them for cultural things or policy or staffing decisions.
Well,
Not in Wisconsin unless they repeal Act 10, it's.
There are other districts, Sun Prairie and others, that do incorporate it. So I feel like some
I
of the
don't
things.
mind input from
Yeah.
teachers, I'm just gonna say that right now, but
Yeah.
it's, what this is, and I respect that you disagree with it, is that there's broad, what the current policy is too broad, and by bringing it in specifically about what is being said, and you can say that about AI, that's in here and all the other ones, is to be very succinct about what's acceptable and what's not.
Shayna may look at this and say, we can't do this at all, it's completely against the law.
Sure.
She
Right.
may do that.
I would like to see her input.
And
That's
then
all I
if
wanna
so,
say.
if we get her input, her
Let's do
her
it.
red ink or whatever, bring it back and
Okay.
then she'll
Discuss
give
it
us the
further.
final language. Then we know that we're doing it right. And then we can approve it from there.
Or at least we know who to call if we're not.
If we're not doing it right.
Yeah.
It's a good way to put that.
There you go.
Okay.
So, I don't think we need a motion to send this to Shayna.
Okay,
I mean, we can, just to be, we're all part of it. I'll make a motion to send these 4 policies to Shayna for final review,
I'll
or for
second.
review of the wording presented. All in favor, say aye.
aye, do you need a second?
Joanne.
Oh, Joanne, sorry, didn't hear.
No, that's all right.
Any nays? Motion carries 5-0.
Do we have a problem with sharing it with your handbook committee that you're doing now?
That's what you guys.
I
We
did.
probably should wait until Shayna.
Let's send them,
Okay.
let's send them
Yeah,
what
it's not
Shayna
technically a
sends
policy.
back.
Okay,
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
Shayna sends back
Because
is
that's
fine.
that's something we would then vote on, so then they would know like this is the draft that we're gonna vote on.
Yeah,
Okay,
Yeah.
let's do what Shayna says first and then we'll acknowledge the next step from there.
and just a quick, whether there's a union that we have to include, or whether they're just teachers,
Yeah,
not
Support
just teachers.
staff, support staff.
It supports that, doesn't matter. I think they should be included and have an opinion in it,
Yep.
right? But however, the policies are the policies, and the board has ultimate authority over the policies.
Right, I agree. I think the feedback for surveys over the past couple of years is that they're craving more input. And do we have to? No, we don't have to do anything, so, but I think it's.
That's why I like committees, but.
All right, moving on to 10D, extracurricular stipends. First one was coaching stipends.
And I was confused with these. There's a number at the, like, cheer, it said 88. Is that number of kids?
See.
Oh, maybe I was wrong.
That was
says
the number of
hours
hours that the people would be
hours.
putting
Got
out.
it.
If I go back and look, these stipend figures have not changed since August of 2021.
And there's,
Yeah.
I mean, there's still $25 an hour additional.
pretty,
Are
I think
people
that's still decent.
happy, unhappy? Have we
Yeah.
heard any input?
I can ask for input when
I can't hear. I'm sorry, Jen.
I know, it's hard with the, it's
Oh,
hard with
we're
the
The
asking-
fan is on and I
fan.
can't.
I was
Um,
asking if we know, I mean, do the people who are doing these positions, are they happy with the pay that they're getting? Are they unhappy? They think it should be less, should it be more?
I think I think
Oh,
we
I
set this, we set the stipend, but certainly that would be something that perhaps when we do, if there's a staff survey later in the year, that could be something to, for admin to
And we can
consider.
definitely try to run some
Yeah.
comparables, so what do the coaches make, or people who do extracurriculars in other districts in the area make, we can definitely do that.
Well, ultimately, we want the very best for the kids that are coming through Bristol.
Absolutely.
And, you know, when you're gonna commit time that you might be with your family or your own kids to coaching them, I wanna make sure it's worthwhile, so you're getting people who are invested in it.
Just because I'm curious, and you may or may not know, was robotics scratched and rolled into STEAM? That's what it seems like. I was
That's what
just
it
curious from
seems
you.
like.
That's, which makes sense. It kind of like rolled it into STEAM from 3 to 8. That's interesting.
But I will verify that.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Okay, so do we have to vote on this now, or will we get the info first?
About $25 an
we
hour.
can vote on it now.
All right.
There's no changes.
All right, so I'll make a motion to approve coaching stipends and extracurricular stipends as presented.
I'll second the motion.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any nays? Motion carries 5-0.
But you're gonna check anyways, because we can always bring it back.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I was joking, they thought it was too.
Yeah.
But
I caught that.
All right, moving on to 10E.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting. So, we have a policy that says, and it's not wrong, we have to have a janitor, we have to have electricity, no matter who uses the school, that's not part of the school. And every other school local charges for that, I don't know, $30 or,
It took,
and we do have a policy that we are supposed to be charging minimally to cover our costs, but
It's
also.
a nominal fee.
Also, the policy says you cannot use our facility and rent out space to other, you can't use.
Gain financial ground,
Right.
I think is what it says.
So, last year, and I like that Growing with Bristol supports everything in the community, I'm not trying to pick on them. But they were charging $40 to $60 a booth. And we're paying the electricity and the janitorial, and if it happens to be snowing, snow plowing, I mean, there's some costs to the school. So I think we should be adhering to our policy. And I do see that their application says they're asking for donations instead of renting that out. I'm not sure that that changes anything. That's just my opinion. Anybody else have any thoughts?
So last year, they did give us a donation back to the school,
$300.
to the library, right? Did they give anything out? There, that's, okay.
And actually, I didn't even know that.
I didn't either until it
we
came
saw
on this. Right.
But I think it's like $3,200 that they get in basically rent for, it just seems wrong that the community is paying the facility fee, the staff, the electricity, and like I say, the snow plowing, and another entity is profiting. Because we have a policy that says you can't do that.
Well, I'm for, following the policy if we determine what the nominal fee would be. I mean, I wasn't able to attend. I heard it was a wonderful event. They were good to
I
the
didn't get to go
concession. They were
either.
good to the concession. They allowed people, representatives of the school to sell concessions and make funds. The PTO sold tickets. It's a win. I believe it's a cultural win-win for us.
if there is a determined fee, like extra janitorial, that would be a reasonable, like, let's follow policy with a nominal fee, but I would be very adamant in allowing them back, because we're a small town and this is our community, this really truly, our school is our community space.
It's true.
Yeah.
But how do then, if, let's say, the people in Antioch decide, hey, it's free, let's have a craft fair up there, how do you turn them away?
If they're, but one, I mean, Growing with Bristol is a nonprofit, so I think that is also something to consider, but I mean, they could, we approve these on a case-by-case basis, so.
I think we just provide a rental fee.
My point is, we have a policy that says, here's how you do it, here's what's acceptable and what's not. And so, I appreciate Growing with Bristol, and if it says, you know, unless, except for this institute or this organization. But my point is, how do you then prevent another non-for-profit from coming in?
As someone who leads a program that takes advantage of the local schools quite a bit, they're outside facilities and stuff like that. The tiered structure is what we kind of work towards, is in the way that at least our high school works is, hey, if you're a local community, a local organization, and you're supporting local kids or kids that will be coming to West Osho ultimately, you're in a tier A, which is nominal fees. We still get fees for using the common areas, but not the outside areas.
Right.
Right? They're nominal. My whole outlook on community-based use of facilities, though, is that the community's paying for it for the taxes. They should be able to benefit from the facilities as well.
I agree.
So, and I don't know anything about these craft fair people, and so, sorry.
Yeah.
Of that organization, but I think it needs to come into consideration that if they are truly, you know, Bristol organizations, then a lower Class A kind of license for them to come in.
And that is a really good idea, actually, to amend our policy with tiers and or change it altogether. But
Yeah, put that on our
if we
policy
have it in
agenda.
writing that this is how we do it, I think it's
I agree with the following of the policy.
So what's your
even the bad ones,
recommendation?
until we
Is it-
change
What
it.
fee would you be comfortable with?
I have no idea what we pay for, we have to have somebody here, right?
I
the
would say
whole
at
time.
least cover the janitors, 1 or 2, or I don't even know what it costs. Their hours being here.
Yeah, when we asked at the high school what the fee was for and stuff, they were very transparent and say, well, you're gonna have 120 people here eating food in our common area, and it's
Right.
gonna take a janitorial staff 3 hours to do it. We
Right.
pay them 3 hours at $24 an hour, whatever it was, I don't remember, don't quote me
Isn't
on
there an
24.
additional
That covered
page to
that
this
time.
form?
They didn't charge us nickel and dime us for garbage bags, for
Right.
example.
Yeah,
It was just these.
I know, but I think there's additional page to this request form asking, how many janitors do we need? How many,
oh, and I didn't see any of that. And I'm okay if we
Yeah.
change things, but
I mean, it
it
just
should
says
adhere to our
how many
policy.
booths, they're gonna have 75, and they're asking for the foyer, cafeteria, small and large gym, breakout room, 3,
So how many total
5
hours
different
is the
places.
facility?
or 5 different areas most.
So we'd have to figure out what it would cost for staff to,
So it's not 9, 10, 11, so 12 hours in the building.
This is 12 hours.
That's what I just, that's the math I just did. So I'd be comfortable, I would put forward 12 hours at janitorial fee is what I would consider a nominal fee.
so if they pay for the janitorial, so we,
Is it on site?
Yeah, they're here usually, they're here on Fridays till 9, they're working on Saturdays as well.
yeah, so page 3 of this form says, how many custodials do you need? How many chairs, tables, garbage cans, technology, projectors,
Oh,
display,
I don't get that
microphone?
one.
It's, none of us do. I'm looking at the actual blank form
Oh,
on
okay.
the actual internet. Technology, how much
The extra.
technology, any additional material needed outside of custodial and technology, what other information will you need? And then there's page 4.
So did they fill that out?
It doesn't do that.
That's the new one. See,
Would everyone be comfortable with a, I don't know, 12, how many custodials do you think are here? 2?
And there's 5
Does this have to
different
be
areas.
approved tonight?
It doesn't. I'm sure
When is
I'm sure the
there-
sooner they know if they can use the facility, the better,
I
right?
guess what I'm thinking is, can we have the rest of the information filled out, plus can we double check our policy and figure out
And
custodial
the
hours?
fees, and then bring it back.
And bring it back?
Right, we could. And again, is it something?
Even
that-
next week?
Exactly, we could add
Yeah.
it to next week. Sure.
Is that okay?
Let's do it.
Yeah, and then you can make a more informed decision.
So what do you need, custodial?
You said
The
5
rest of
areas.
this form.
Oh, yeah, the rest of them.
Technology, rest of one.
Rest of form, custodial hours, and how much their pay would be for them to be here that time.
Sounds good?
Okay, so I'll make a motion to
3 pages. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
table the building use request until our meeting on Tuesday. Can,
I'll second.
all right, all in favor of that, say aye.
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 Any nays? Motion carries 5-0. All right, 10E, lunchroom aid.
So, we are not necessarily hiring an extra lunchroom aide. I'm just asking for the board to approve a position that we may or may not need in the future. I know we are working hard to get lunchroom coverage, and I think probably until we actually start school, we're not gonna know, but I think we'd like the option of if we have to have another lunchroom supervisor, that we can go ahead and we can do it and not wait until a board meeting in the middle of the month. Again, it would be simply a lunchroom supervisor.
I totally affirm more supervision in the lunchroom, so that's fine.
So,
But you had somebody doing that last year.
No.
Mr. Koschel?
well,
Mr.
Mr.
Koschel,
Koschel was in
yeah.
lunch July
Yeah.
right now.
And
He kind of filled that gap.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Tom.
And Tom, and Elizabeth plans on being in the lunchroom, but having said that, I know as a principal, I tried to be in the lunchroom as much as I could for supervision as well, but then there is also reality, right? This meeting or this parent
Oh, yeah.
or that.
Right.
And pretty soon, you don't maybe want to
It's
count on
really-
the building principal to be there every day, because, especially if it's gonna be for 3 hours, it's just not realistic, so.
How did who else was in there last year? I mean,
Well, and
I know, just Tom and Ashley did it.
And I do think there are
There's
staff
always
members, there's always staff
at least
members.
one additional staff member per shift, if you will. And then there was
Mid-year, they hired 2 lunchtime supervisors.
Part-time workers.
Part-time.
Oh, okay.
Just during lunchtime,
They were
right?
just there 10.
I met that lady this summer, that's
Yes,
why.
there were 2 of them that
Yeah.
were here.
And they didn't come back?
It's a tough
Lunch
gig,
would
right?
be a really
I mean, you're coming in 3 hours for lunch duty, right? And then
And
you
that would
it's
be,
like,
that's what you would be looking for, is a
That's an idea for my
3-hour
retirement.
a day
Yeah.
person,
Yeah,
potentially.
yeah, yep.
I'll make a motion to approve an additional lunchroom aid. In the event you need one, you don't have to wait for us. Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor of that, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. So moving on to number 11, future agenda items. I have board committee. That would be for September. We already have the Growing with Bristol one. That would be for next week. So anything else you would like to add for September agenda, which is the annual budget meeting as well?
Let's try and keep that agenda light, because the
I was gonna say, yeah.
budget.
Okay, nothing. We're good on that one.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, stuff will come up,
Seriously,
but
yeah.
Definitely something will come up, but anything you can think of off the top of your head, obviously you
Did
could still.
put committees? 'Cause I think we were.
Committee versus workshop, she just mentioned.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I have
You're
that.
taking notes, you're taking notes, yeah.
I
committee
have that,
versus
but
workshop.
if there's something else, obviously,
Yes.
set it, send it.
I mean, the thought that I just had, and I was gonna compose an email, but maybe we should create, to strengthen the building rental facility policy, that could be something where, I don't know the order in which we wanna do that, if perhaps admin wants to draft something for us to look at, but it's like, what's his nominal hourly rental fee for the building? Like,
So
I don't
about
know.
3 years ago, I had a whole big, but you remember this, right? A whole big presentation of how much Riverview charged, how much Salem charged,
Yeah.
how much Central charged, because we just got done with our pizza party for football and I was dumbfounded when they charged us $1,800. And then I went, the only people that do not charge, and I don't wanna go down this rabbit hole, was us and Paris. Everybody else charges an astronomical fee. So I was shot down at that meeting when, going back, because Jack was like, if we do that, one, this is already a public school, taxpayer is already paying for it, we shouldn't be paying, we shouldn't be double dipping. Secondly, we'd have to have a program to administer that fee. We'd have to have somebody creating an invoice, getting the money back, running after them in the event that they don't pay, yada, yada, yada. So I may still
do
have all that
remember that.
information, but we did,
I think we're
attempt that
we're
rabbit hole
farther-
at one
yeah,
time.
a big piece of it was the technology around it, and so I think we're farther along in that process, but no, not near complete as far as using the scheduling software and all of those things.
right, because then we had that,
All right, so let's not do it for September,
We
but
had that
let's keep it on the
calendar.
radar.
yeah, we had that calendar and then it was public and then
Right.
it wasn't public and it was a mess.
Okay.
But-
So scratch what I said about September, but at some point in the next near future, I think the building rental one is definitely one we want to do.
To put that on her.
But for purposes of you
Growing
making
with
that
Bristol.
decision with growing with Bristol, I will look at.
Just need to
the
know what a
things we talked
nominal,
about. What is the
appropriate
nominal
nominal fee would be.
Yeah.
Right,
Yep.
right.
Well, and we should have different tiers, A, B, and C, right? Because
Yeah,
community
should the
support.
policy committee take that or
well,
prioritize that one as the?
yeah.
Right.
Yes, we
Yeah.
can.
And to your point,
Oh, yeah.
if there's, could potentially be 1,000 people here, that's a much bigger event than
Well-
if the Girl Scouts come with 50
Now we have an
people.
insurance
See, now that's why
exposure.
we
Yeah.
potentially have this information next
And
week, right?
with bigger
So-
events like that though, you also have the responsibility to let local law enforcement know. Especially with thousands of people coming into
Right.
your parking lots and stuff like that. They will want to know in order to increase their patrols and make sure that they are around. So there's things like that when it gets really big, and most of these won't. Most of these will be very small in size, right? So, but in the big ones, you have to when
Sure.
holding big things at Central, we had to let the law enforcement know.
All right,
Okay.
that will be definitely a topic at a later date.
Or he's got homework, I've got homework.
Moving on to 12. Convene into closed session. The board will convene into closed session under Wisconsin statute 19.851E to deliberate or negotiate the purchasing of public properties, the investment of public funds, or conducting other specific public business wherever competitive or bargaining reasoning require a floods of closed session in Wisconsin statute 19.821 and Wisconsin statute 111.70 to discuss, take action, or as appropriate concerning a collective bargaining strategy with the local organization representing the district professional staff. And then going on, Wisconsin statute 19.851C to consider employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee under which governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility. Can I get a motion to move into closed session?
I'll make a motion to do so.
Seeking a second.
I'll second.
Roll call vote. Tina, aye. Joanne?
Aye.
Nicole?
Aye.
Danielle?
Aye.
Victor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. If we can just have a quick
Facility break.
facility break. Right, can I get a motion to move into open session?
I'll make a motion to move into open session.
Second, seeking a second.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Motion carries 5-0. Time is now 8:03. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting. Seeking a second.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, everybody.
Actually, I sent an email from my computer. So maybe that's.